My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare.
I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
I did not do yesterday. I will do that. So it's another very good another opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC, In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508 in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi.
My name is Etemari Glover. Naomi.
Well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirement.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the Vice President of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to
Yes,
and then everybody can live in decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
With 68 million cases of malaria reported annually in the country, an estimated 194,000 deaths are responsible for about 30% of the global burden of the disease. In today's news talk, we look at the necessity to rethink the programs of government on how to eliminate malaria in Nigeria and the whole of Africa. When a country carries this kind of burden, it is imperative for that country to acknowledge and indeed reject such an unviable record. And this can only be achieved through focused and sustainable actions that will ultimately bring the frightening statistics down. Shareholders have attributed the country's failure to tame the scourge to sufficient funds and commitment of government. If Nigerians can easily recollect any program designed to confront malaria, they will want to at least remember the African Summit on Rollback Malaria in Abuja, popularly known as Abuja Declaration Rollback Malaria Program, launched with fanfare in 2000. 24 years after, we hardly hear of the initiative, despite some successes that it has recorded, especially by the way of funding, both for domestic sources and international donors. It has gone the way of many other government agencies and initiatives in other sectors. As the saying goes, you cannot be doing the same thing the same way and expect a different result. If malaria is still as prevalent in the country today, despite various governments' efforts to eliminate or at least reduce it to the barest minimum in the last 70 years, then a rethink of what governments have been doing so far without much result is imperative, with a view to giving way to new initiatives that will change the narrative. We must reimagine and root our approaches that has so far defined government interventions over the year. Nigeria and African countries and the global malaria community must also reinvest approaches to address the constraints that prevent efficient delivery of existing effective key malaria control strategies and forthcoming innovations and tools for the country of the disease have evolved both in quality and quantity over the years. Aside from imagining and reinventing approaches to fighting malaria, we must accept the simple fact that malaria is a multi-sectoral problem rather than merely seen as a health issue. As far as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. In this wise, we must tackle malaria from the very source. Drainages must continue to flow to prevent water from being stagnant, so mosquitoes will take advantage of the stagnant waters. There must be collaboration among the various ministries of health and environment. Contributory factors such as inappropriate dropping of garbage must be checked to prevent blockage of drainages. This implies that environmental laws must be strictly enforced among several factors. It must also dawn on African leaders that malaria is basically an African problem, and research efforts on it must be intensified in the region in the quest to change the narrative. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria taking the lead in this regard, but the government must be ready to fund the efforts. The government must be ready to intensify enlightenment programs on prevention rather than cure of the disease. Failure to meet the financial stipulations of the Abuja Summit by many countries has to give way to improved funding if Africans are to witness a drastic reduction in deaths caused by malaria. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Mr. Gbenga Oyerinde said that the Fire and Rescue Service of the state rescued 376 victims during the past 1 year, while property worth 152 billion naira was preserved, with property worth 25 billion naira lost. There were 82 casualties. We commend the agency for the presentation of statistics on human and material losses, painting a picture for anyone who might want to raise any argument about the reasons for the action. The commissioner also announced that the state government was making efforts to improve infrastructure with about 3 new fire stations at Ijogun, Egba Satellite Town and Ejede, and an ultra-modern workshop at the Alausa headquarters of the ministry to cater for the fleet of vehicles. While we condemn the enforcement of laid-down safety procedures at these centers, we will draw the attention of the agency to the fact that there are too many mushroom and improvised event centers in state that do not comply to any basic rules in state. Most communities are burdened with noise pollution, which by all standards is a health hazard that is frowned out in other parts of the world. Most of the event centers have no proper buildings so designed. Some people use residential spaces as event centers, and some of the residents complain with no one to attend to their concerns. In other countries, there are dedicated phone lines to agencies in charge of the environment for citizens to report any infractions. Protecting citizens should not only be from fire accidents. The issue of noise pollution from these event centers and even some churches and even mosques in residential areas is a concern for many residents in Lagos State. Some hotels have facilities for nightclubs that blare music all night, even on regular days, disturbing residents. We suggest that beyond the ceiling of premises, the agency can build a sustainable system that makes sure that any organization that applies to government for such buildings is mandated to have all the required infrastructure, and that the agency, instead of this fire brigade approach, should enforce compliance at the beginning. Sealing 840 event centers in 1 year is a lot. Periodic inspections and sustained public enlightenment on the dangers inherent in not reporting such centers that might be flouting government guidelines will have substantially reduced the number. The agency must work with other agencies that operate with these centers, like the building and construction agencies, the Ministry of Environment, Town Planning, and so on. This will make it possible for certain standards of safety to be met and to avoid the disruptive effects of sealing off premises. What we are saying on News Talk is that the sealing up of the event centers should not be casual flash in the pan action that most government agencies do. It must be followed by monitoring and enforcement. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for? And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News. I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church, but I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. And I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all. Is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you'll get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I gave the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, is he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that the his food is given, make sure the kids are well looked after, make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or is green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Thank you for having me today at home. And yes, I'm happy to share with you my professional journey and also academic experience. Now, I started my academic.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So so it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve, and I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game. right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now and remote life is so prevalent, I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Game Hers does. Video games has become the new media. I mean, when you look at live streaming, when you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? I mean, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. I mean, if you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. I mean, everything is a game. And so I think that the Game Hers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures Group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos, because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Game Hers. That's TheGamehers on all socials and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app. And it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people. Find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors and a big partner. Also, I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right, where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. There are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play at least 2 hours a day because, I mean, to me, if you're actually going to get good, then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and is comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Glad to be here with you on a beautiful Thursday like this. I mean, every day can be beautiful if you will it to be so. And so I'm willing today to be beautiful. Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Barra. Well, if you're watching from France, I mean, it's right to say bonjour, ça va? And of course, if you're in Germany, guten Morgen. Well, I'm a lone ranger at this point on the show, and of course, I tell you that we do have lots of discussions because the program and of course the brand is all about shaping policy and advancing development. The Africa Development Bank has come up with a comprehensive initiative which is aimed at eradicating malnutrition. Well, this has ravaged the continent of Africa for the past decade. And of course, it's imperative that food sustenance and, of course, food security will be the point that everyone in Africa will be working towards. We'll take a moment now and, of course, bring you the news update. And when we return, we'll get to introduce our analysts and start off the discussion right here on SOUQ News Television. Stay tuned.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
A very pleasant morning to you. Welcome to SOUQ News Updates. This morning, I am David Chiedu. The Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology has announced that the federal government has granted 47 million naira to 32 innovators from all 6 geopolitical zones through the Presidential Standing Committee on Innovations and Inventions program. The grants, which range from 1 million to 5 million naira per recipient, are aimed at supporting technological ideas that can positively impact Nigeria's economy and society. Since its inception in 2005, the program has funded over 600 innovators. The minister, Uche Nnaji, emphasized the government's commitment to collaborating with the private sector to drive technological advancement and improve socio-economic conditions in Nigeria. Grant recipients are encouraged to use the funds wisely to help combat unemployment and poverty. NIPCO Gas, in partnership with NNPC Gas Marketing Limited, NGML, has launched the Lekki Gas Distribution Project and Lekki Power Plant. This milestone, announced by NIPCO Gas Managing Director Nagendra Verma on August 28, 2024, marks a significant advancement in Nigeria's energy sector. The project will provide over 100 million standard cubic feet per day of natural gas, supporting industries in the Lekki Free Zone. Nagendra emphasized that these initiatives will attract more industries, enhance energy reliability, and boost Nigeria's economic development. The Lekki Free Zone's 24-megawatt gas-based power plant and an expanded gas distribution network along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway further underlines the project's impact. NIPCO and NNPC's collaboration promises to transform the energy landscape in Lagos and beyond, setting a foundation for future growth and investment. And the Nigerian Ports Authority announced that Nigeria manages over 6 million tons of cargo annually, representing 35% of West Africa's 17 million tons of freight from Antwerp, highlighting Nigeria's pivotal role in regional trade. NPA's Managing Director, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, emphasized the significance of this achievement during a meeting with Belgium's ambassador to Nigeria, Peter Linkent. Dansoho expressed NPA's commitment to enhancing port efficiency and leveraging Belgium's support of Antwerp enterprise. This collaboration aims to boost Nigeria's trade statistics in West and Central Africa, aligning with the country's vision for a national single window project. And 14 African countries alongside several international partners have pledged over $45 million to the World Health Organization through its new investment round. The initiative, launched 3 months ago, aims to secure sustainable funding for the WHO central to global health efforts. Countries including South Africa, Rwanda, and Ethiopia, among others, made the commitment during the WHO Regional Committee for Africa meeting. WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus commended the contributions, emphasizing that sustainable funding is crucial for supporting global health initiatives and improving the resilience of populations. The WHO investment round will continue with further pledging events planned worldwide. And oil prices remain steady today, with Brent crude at $78.64 per barrel and US West Texas Intermediate at $74.60 per barrel, following a smaller than expected drop in US crude inventories. The 846,000 barrel decline in US stocks fell short of the anticipated 2.3 million barrels, dampening price gains. Meanwhile, supply concerns from Libya, where political turmoil has halted production at several oil fields, limited losses. Libya's output, previously at 1.18 million barrels per day in July, could see disruptions of up to 1 million barrels per day, according to estimates. The oil market also found support from expectations that the U.S. Federal Reserve may cut interest rates, potentially boosting economic activity and increasing oil demand. The ongoing situation in Libya and U.S. economic policies will likely continue to influence oil prices. And the US dollar has stabilized as at today, recovering from recent losses as traders awaited an important inflation report. The Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, PCE, a major measure of inflation for the Federal Reserve, will be released on Friday. The dollar index, which tracks the greenback against other major currencies, was at 100.94, up from a recent low of 100.51. The euro fell slightly to $1.11, while the pound rose to $1.32, but stayed below its recent peak. Analysts believe that the PCE report will influence expectations for U.S. interest rates. The Fed is widely expected to cut rates next month, following recent comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell about easing monetary policy. And that's the news update this morning on SOUQ News Television. Early exchange continues in a short moment. Many thanks for watching. I am David Chiad. Good morning.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, thank you so much for sticking around, and indeed, many thanks to David Chedo for the news update. Well, we'll be going into the conversation because it feels like we have a fourfold conversation this morning. But we'll start up with the African Development Bank's initiative, which is in collaboration with the African Union to reduce hunger and bring about food sustainability. It's an initiative that aims to eradicate malnutrition in the continent of Africa and has been dubbed Zero Hunger Africa. Now, it seeks to address the root causes of poverty and then inadequate healthcare, and also involves a multifaceted approach which has various encompassing components. On the program today, we'll take a look at food systems transformation, nutrition, education, and awareness, and lots more. And to start off the conversation this morning, we'll be speaking with a nurse who practiced in Nigeria and is currently in the UK and has special interest in Pan-African writing and engagement, and of course, development of Africa and the world. He's none other than Nurse Shina Aye Labo. Not Shina, glad to have you on the program. Good morning.
Having me today. Thank you very much. Like you rightly introduced, my name is Shina Aye Labo, and I'm very passionate about Pan-Africanism and the rising of Africa. It's something I think about every day when I wake up in my bed here in England. So thank you for having me.
Well, just before you started waking up in England, you were waking up in Nigeria. I'd like to start off by saying, did you have all of those thoughts, I mean, being Pan-African and all that, while you were here in Nigeria? And, how did that change when you traveled to,
No.
last years?
It doesn't change when I travel. I mean, it's something that's been with me for many years. Even coming to England, it's not something I didn't plan about it initially, but circumstances changed, so I had to travel, and it is very soon, by the special grace of God, in a few years to come. Then I'll come back home. I like home. I like Nigeria. I mean, I like Nigeria to be great, and things we see here that would people have access to. I want this to be replicated fully in Nigeria, in Africa continent. I believe you can do this, and this is my drive. It's been in me for many years. Not even when I travel to England, something. It's been there for many years. Thank you.
Well, they say home is where your heart is. So our heart is here at SOUQ. Let's start off the conversation real quick and, take a look at this partnership between the AFDB and the AU, two influential organizations. I don't know if you have any statistics or details about the level of malnutrition in Africa at the moment, but then if I had to ask what your assessment of the current situation is in comparison to where you are right now.
Yeah, with regards to statistics, to start with, I'm quite aware that the rate in percentage of malnutrition in Nigeria, also in Africa generally, has actually reduced. Looking at 10 years ago, but then we have the statistical reduction, but the actual population is currently on the increase in Africa, which actually begs the question that are we truly reducing malnutrition in Africa? Right. So the statistic has reduced significantly over the years, but then the population keeps increasing. So comparing malnutrition in in Africa to where I am currently, I would say there is a sort of significant difference, and I'm happy with the new initiative, the combined efforts from African Development Bank and also the African Development Bank and also the AU, because I think this will actually generate more interest, across Africa in terms of financing, in terms of increasing budgetary allocation to nutrition in the whole continent. So here we actually have children who have access to good healthcare facilities, and also the purchasing power of people is quite high here, which I think is a major factor when it comes to malnutrition itself. So here and Africa, I would say there's a lot of difference, and this actually stems from the government support, to the people.
All right, let's take a look at what malnutrition is. I don't know if I may be right, Noshina, to say malnutrition is the opposite of balanced diet. And if I'm wrong, could you just shed some light on what malnutrition is?
Malnutrition is simply it's a condition that occurs when there is lack of balance in dietary intake. So what are those foods that we eat? We eat foods that are rich in protein, in carbohydrates, in vitamins, in ions. All of these components, come together, form a balanced diet that we take, right? But when there is imbalance between all of these, a condition results, which is called malnutrition. Okay, so when malnutrition occurs, it can occur in two ways. It can either be undernutrition or overnutrition, right? So then when we talk about the undernutrition, this when we talk about effects like stunted growth, malnourishment. Also, we can equally have retardation in developmental stages in children. And also, when we talk about overnutrition, that is when we talk about obesity. You see people with very big body, and which is also not a very good condition. Either overnutrition or undernutrition. We can all see this, in children in Africa. And the population that are most affected are the children, although malnutrition can affect anybody at any age. But I think children are at higher risk of coming down with malnutrition, either overnutrition or undernutrition. Also, the elderly people in the society are equally at risk of malnutrition in the society. And also people who actually suffer from some health conditions. It could be depression. For someone who has depression, we actually have the loss of appetite to eat. It could be other mental conditions like maybe dementia. It's not common in middle-aged people, but in adults, in elderly people, it's very common. And it could also be some other chronic clinical conditions that might impair the absorption of food, in the stomach and into the body system, which can ultimately also result in malnutrition.
Well, I think I'm enjoying where the conversation is going to, but then I might add, I think some persons will prefer to be over-nutritioned than under nutrition or malnutritioned. And yes, you've talked about the cases of obesity, but that's rarely found in Africa. I wouldn't want to say you have more of that in the western part of the world, but it's most likely the case. But then, considering the staple food that we have, which is basically carbohydrate based, right? You have a lot of people depending on carbohydrate based food for food nutrition or to gain nutrition and all that. What does this tell on the persons living in Africa, on their health, on their development, on their growth and all of that?
Yeah, I would say, because when we talk about overnutrition, we're not just talking about eating food in large excess of heat. So overnutrition actually stems from the fact that one is consuming one component of the nutrients in higher proportion, as at the detriment of others. For example, like in Africa or also in Nigeria, we have so many carbohydrate food available. Equally, we have proteinous food, we have fatty food, and all of those. So, but when there is high consumption of carbohydrates, okay, the risk of developing a condition like diabetes mellitus then increase exponentially. However, there are other conditions or other factors, let me say, that may also result in diabetes. It's not only dietary intake, but then when there is high consumption of this food, it therefore places significant stress on the body system to be able to metabolize this food into what the body actually needs. Because when you look into the details of how the foods are being absorbed into the body, are being metabolized, and being used for energy production, okay, which we actually need for our body to function, the brain needs it, the muscle needs it, and all that. When we have high intake of carbohydrate over a long period of time, it places significant stress on the pancreas, where the insulin is actually being produced. So there is a chemical in the body, let me put it that way for the sake of this interview. So the insulin actually helps to balance or control the sugar level in the blood, okay? And when there is significant stress on this organ in the body, what happens is in the next year, it might start to reduce in its functionality. And when this happens, what you expect is the blood sugar in the body will continue to increase over time, and it can lead to the condition like type 2 diabetes mellitus.
Okay, so I'm glad that you could actually explain that a lot further, and I totally get. But then there's an angle that I would like to tilt this conversation, and that's to the fact that, we have, you said there's abundance of food, but it doesn't feel as though. So it's either in Nigeria, you're eating rice or you're eating beans, you're eating gari, or just recently we started having options of swallow. You now have a plantain flour, you have a yam flour, you have a cassava flour, and all that. But then basic staple foods are limited to certain classes or kinds of, or classes and kinds of food. I don't know if you agree with me, but Noshina, what can be done to increase, food availability? Because sometimes the regular household will wake up and say, what are we going to eat today? There are like a lot of options you could find on the internet as to what to do with the various foods, kinds of food we have. So you check on the internet and you see recipes such as plantain frittata, giz dodo, but these are not the kind of meals that you regularly have in Nigerian and African households. So it's either you're frying the plantain or you're boiling the plantain or you're roasting the plantain. So, I mean, if you had to advise people in order to explore more and get more out of the various kind of foods so that they can get the nutrients, what would that be and how can we improve that? It just feels like people are lacking in information.
I think awareness is very key with regards to the intake of food. In Africa, I mean, people eat very healthy in Nigeria. In Africa, people eat good food. In Ghana, go to all parts of Africa, we have foods that are actually rich in nutrients that our body actually requires, right? Our body requires protein, carbohydrates, vitamins, micronutrients, okay, where you have your iron, where you have your iodine. We have foods in Africa that actually contain all of these components put together, right? But then the problem is, do we actually have the access to all of this food? Okay, and that is where awareness comes into play. Okay, so I think it has to start from the education sector. We have this in place. Okay, I don't want to be misquoted. I mean, Africa is a very great continent, and I cherish everything about Africa. So, what we have to do, or what we have to increase the strength in doing, is that we need public awareness about all of these foods that are available to people. That's number one. When people don't know this food is available in their locality, it becomes a sort of difficult. It becomes a challenging situation to make good food choices when it comes to eating and drinking. So we need to make awareness a big deal out of this. So that's number one. Secondly, I think in schools, in primary schools, right from primary one and above, people need to start to learn about the food in Africa. So enough of the foreign foods that we eat. And when I was growing up, really, I grew up with carbohydrates mainly, and some protein also. So, but then I didn't have the opportunity, to actually learn about those food components, in its nitty-gritty, right from the childhood. I learned something about them in home economics back then, but looking back now and assessing those little details, I think we need more work in that regard. So that is where education equally comes in. Another thing that I would also say is the internet these days actually have a lot of information, right? There are good and bad information on the internet. The internet is good, very brilliant and very great. But beyond that, we need to see the information we get from the internet. We need to filter the information we get from the internet to ensure that whatever we are having from the internet will be healthy into our system. It will be client and sinker like we get them from the internet, and we try to practice them, and we consume them.
Well, I'd like to, get a group of people into focus now. We've talked about the general population and the kind of food and what they're exposed to. But then we have a group of people, the vulnerable population, minorities, persons in prisons, persons with special needs, the very old, the very young, all of these people with, special needs, especially with their nutrition. I mean, what kind of programs can we come up with? Social programs, that could implement social safety nets to ensure that these group of people are catered for?
That sort of avenue or approach to combating malnutrition essentially will actually require several people coming together. Okay, one is the one that was held between AU and AFDB, African Development Bank, recently. I do hope that meeting will generate a lot of approaches, okay, that will actually go across Africa, that
Now, Shay, can you hear me?
Some groups to actually look at and look for people who are in Africa. For example, let's look. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, feels as though we're unable to connect with Noshe, who, by the way, is in the United Kingdom. Noshe. Okay, so we've been talking about the African Development Bank's initiative in collaboration with the African Union to eradicate malnutrition in Africa. And of course, we've been speaking with Nos Shei Aye, Ayolowo, who is a practicing nurse who's been in Nigeria, had his fair share of the system, healthcare system, of course, and is currently in the UK. He's provided some insight as to malnutrition. We've also talked about overnutrition, giving some examples. And of course, we're going to the part where we needed to talk about those persons who fall into the category of vulnerable population. And of course, the vulnerable population of minorities, persons with special needs, persons who are in the prisons, that's incarcerated, the very young and the very old in our society in Africa. And all of these people also require a certain kind of nutrition. I mean, very recently, there were news that certain meals that were prepared in the correctional sentence did not have, some very basic vitamins which were needed by the prisoners, and all of these stem from the fact that there are no policies to ensure that there's some sort of groundwork covered in the area of ensuring that these persons are not lacking. Yes, they're offenders, they're in the correctional facility, but they also need to be taken care of. What about the persons with special needs? Those who, are impaired, their vision is impaired, persons who cannot speak, persons who are hard of hearing or could not hear. And of course, they require that they get the right amount of nutrients adequately, for them to carry on. I mean, if we had a system in place, that would be the way to go. And of course, that's why a lot of persons have hailed the initiative by the African Development Bank and the African Union, which has been dubbed Zero Hunger in Africa. We'll take a moment now, and when we return, we'll continue the conversation right here on Early Exchange. It's SOUQ News Television. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Glad to know that you are still tuned in to SOUQ News Television. Of course, it's Early Exchange, and we're about shaping policy and advancing development. And of course, a policy that has been put out, an initiative that's worthy of commendation by the African Development Bank and the African Union, which is the umbrella body for countries in Africa, has been dubbed Zero Hunger in Africa. The whole idea is to eliminate malnutrition in the continent of Africa. And we've been speaking with a nurse who practiced in Nigeria and, of course, currently in the UK, one who is a fan of Pan-African writing. And, of course, his ideologies about the development of Africa is what we're trying to explore of the program this morning. Nurse Shina Ayala Bo is on the program today. Noshina.
Well, yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now? I think the network is okay now, right?
Now.
Cool. So,
right,
like
so
we were
just
speaking.
before that call, we talked about the fact that some group of persons also require a certain kind of nutritional content or nutrient rather. I mean, that's the right way to put it. And those are persons who fall into the minorities group. Those are the aged, the young, persons incarcerated in the prisons. They've called them the vulnerable population. Can you, I mean, from your years of experience, what are some of the basic nutrients that these persons or these classes of persons require?
Thank you very much. I think when we try to look into these groups of people and being vulnerable in certain respect, okay, we just need to identify what their vulnerability means in the first place. So I like to say that simply they're vulnerable because they are unable to make certain decisions for themselves, or the mental capability or the mental capacity, whichever way, to make certain decisions with regards food, drinks, and anything about life has been impaired, or they are yet to develop into that milestone to be able to make their own decisions. For example, people, the children under 5 years old cannot make decisions for themselves, right? For example, the elderly ones, perhaps their cognition is not functional like it used to be. They can make their own decisions. And for example, the people in the prisons, okay, these people can make decisions, but unfortunately, because of the system we have, I wouldn't say they're ripped off of their freedom to make certain decisions, but we know the system we have currently as actually when anybody's in the prison, the perception of the society is also a very big thing in this respect, and therefore it impairs their ability to make decisions or to have a voice, for themselves. So these sort of things come together to put them as a vulnerable group. And then what can be done going forward to this set of people? What nutrition, what sort of nutrients do they need? Essentially, they need the nutrients you and I need. I need protein in my body because most of the cells in the body are able to rebuild because of protein, right? When we have when we lack protein in the body system, what happens is therefore most of the cells would lose or reduce in their ability to regenerate. And when this happens, for example, when there's wound somewhere, it then takes longer to heal. Does that make sense? So we equally need vitamin in the body. Vitamin is very important. We need iron in the body, for example. People come down with anemia. And anemia is just as a result of significant reduction in iron content in the body, And we equally need iodine, right, in the body system. We need fats in the body system as well. And also, this fatty acid plays significant role, especially in the immune system. Okay, it plays important role in transmission of information in our neural pathway. When you talk of the brain itself, actually need fatty acid, to actually function. So I need all of these nutrients. This little group needs all of these nutrients, especially the young people under the age of 5 needs this fatty acid in their body, because then the brain is developing The newer system is developing, so they actually need this in good quantity and protein also. And they can actually get this from, from breast milk. Okay, breast milk is very nutritious. But then the mother who is to breastfeed the baby, if it's not well fed, then how will I put it now? There is impairment already, okay, in the transmission of the nutrient to the newborn because you can only transmit what you have. Does that make sense? So let's get into the policy that can actually be put in place to ensure these people are very well safeguarded. There are a lot of policies in Nigeria, right, and also across the continent of Africa. But I think what we do need now, I think there are some loopholes when we actually identify poor performances or a case of embezzlement of funds needed for some people, or a report that certain nutrients are lacking in the food being prepared for certain group of people. This needs to be taken seriously. Okay, I think policies are like a framework that actually guide the behavior of people within any given society. And the importance of policy is to ensure the importance of policy is to ensure we have a society that works, that thrives, that work for everybody, and the people who are most vulnerable in terms of nutrition are adequately cared for. So when we have the policy set in place, we should also have some form of punishment, okay, for people who will go contrary to what has been set across. And when I say punishment, I'm not saying just punishing people without a good cause, okay? So because having a set of punishment and enacting this will send a significant message to other people and say, look, if you do this, this is what awaits you. And that's number one in the country and in Africa. And when you're poor, you don't have access. So it's like poverty shut the door against many people. I had a very humble beginning, right? And I have experienced this firsthand. So traveling out of Nigeria, I've been to, aside from England, I've been to certain other places. But I am able to say how the government of the day have been able to open platform for the most vulnerable people in the society. For example, the young individual, the elderly, the people in the prison, right? And people who are blind, people who are deaf. The systems that have been created are sufficient enough to cater for their particular needs and their specific needs. And I think this equally needs to be replicated in Africa, across Africa. And I do hope that the current initiative will put some of these things into consideration when forming policy in this regard to ensure there's adequate punishment, to ensure there is whistleblowing, okay, opportunity, and to ensure that when poor performances are reported, it is taken very seriously. Right. In this part of the world,
you wanted to go ahead?
Okay, yeah, just a few small seconds. So in this part of the world, when something is reported, there's a policy almost every workplace is safeguarding. It is taken very seriously. So it goes from one state to the other, and it could even eventually lead into a legal case. Okay, so few things are done and harm are caused. When there's a harm to somebody, who then bear the brunt of this? Who then is held responsible for the harm that has been caused? So whitewashing few things because of somebody's position in the society, of course it's been done for many years, but then it won't help the society to grow, unfortunately. And this is what is being still practiced in Africa. So I don't think there's a need for a genuine interest, strong political will, right? And from the part of we people, we equally need to collaborate and ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are adequately catered for and cared for. Thank you.
All right. So basically, you've spoken to those persons who fall into the vulnerable groups. But then this policy by AFDBU, highlights an initiative that's aimed at transformation. And some of the key components includes policy making, which you also have touched. But then I want to come from an angle. It's supposed to be on a continental stage. I mean, if there's an agreement between the AFDB and AU, it's supposed to be binding on all African nations. I don't know if you see a form of alignment in these policies because, I mean, if we take, for example, sports, we've talked about the fact that some other countries are way ahead of us when it comes to sports development. They have the basic amenities. Likewise, you know, the healthcare sector. And so this policy by the AU, do you think, you know, there could be a successful alignment of these this policy, you know, zero hunger in Africa, across African nations? Or do you see some African countries not being able to meet up with the expectations of this contract eventually, or this agreement eventually?
Yeah, thank you. I think the bulk of the issue here actually lies on the EU itself, right? African Union should be the umbrella body for all the African countries put together. But at the moment, the sort of disunity within Africa itself is a very big problem. Okay, when we have this kind of initiative, which is supposed to actually go across Africa and be binding on all the countries, but when we don't have the United Africa, it becomes a good EU problem. Now let's think of it. Okay, we have Agenda 2063, which Africa is working on to ensure in the next 50 years, which was actually made far back as 2005 or 2013, sorry. In the next 50 years, we're going to achieve this, and this. And there was one especially appealing to me, that by year 2020, we will silence all guns in Africa. How far have we achieved that? In Sudan, my fellow brothers and sisters are being killed every day. They won't even think of malnutrition and how to combat malnutrition, right? So we need peace in Africa. We need a united Africa. We need free movement of people in Africa. We need free movement of goods in Africa. Me as an individual with my Nigerian passport, I cannot travel across Africa without passport or without visa. I can only go to some selected countries in Africa, right? And somebody from the United States, I'll come back to the question. Somebody from the United States, somebody from England with British passport is able to go across almost all the countries in Africa visa free. What does that tell us? So, but I think so when there is this initiative coming aboard to ensure that we combat malnutrition through policy, and we want it to be binding on all the African countries. First, we need one Africa, a united Africa. That's the first one. Without us achieving that, I'm afraid we might not be able to achieve so much in this regard. And also, this will equally lead me to the thinking that we need our universities in this arena. We need our polytechnics. We need our secondary schools. We need our primary schools. We need all our lecturers to be on board. We need all of the systems to be on board, because I think malnutrition cannot be handled as a singular entity, right? It has to be interrelated. It is an interrelated cause, let me say, or interrelated subject, and has to be approached from holistic view, right? So you cannot handle malnutrition on its own. Okay, finance needs to come in, different experts needs to come in, nurses have to come in, doctors have to come in, pharmacists have to come in, lecturers have to come in, the students themselves have to come in, right? The communities have to come in. The people who cannot speak English, who cannot understand French, who cannot understand Spanish, they have to come in. They have people in their care that requires good nutrition. So making this to make this binding, all across Africa countries, we need one united Africa. Then we need all of these people to come on board, because without us communicating this, pushing the good news, people would not be aware of it. And let me even say, the meeting that was held in Dhaka, in Senegal, a few days ago, from 19 to 20 of August, just recently, how many university students in Nigeria today knows about that? Don't let me go too far. How many people studying nutrition in the university is aware about that big movement? Because it's a big movement, to be honest. So, and that is where also education and awareness comes in. So I think for this to actually be binding on everybody, it needs to be well communicated. So there needs to be a communication channel, right, that will be able to pass this message to the littlest person in every community. And that is when we will say, okay, we are on the path of a sustainable growth. We've been growing in Africa, right, from years, but then we need a sustainable growth. So I think this is a big initiative, to be honest, but to be binding in Africa, we need several systems to come in place. And the number one, like I said, is the unity of Africa. All the African presidents, all the African heads of state, they need to see this initiative as a good way to go in this time of the day. Okay, because if they don't see it as a good way to go, it will generate the sufficient interest, right, to be able to allocate enough resources to this. For example, in Nigeria, the amount that was budgeted for agriculture was I think about 2.2% of the economy, sorry, of the budget in 2024, right? So if there is a lot of commitment, this can be increased a little bit, to ensure we have good financing to agriculture, which equally will impact on reducing malnutrition in Nigeria, and also go to Ghana, go to Senegal, go to Cameroon, and go to Egypt, go to Gabon, go to Angola, go to Libya, go to all of this African continent combined together. Then you will see that the commitment to agriculture is a little bit low. So we need to increase this commitment, and this initiative can help to increase that commitment. And how can this initiative help? It can actually help by ensuring there is a good communication, okay, to all of the university students in Africa to start with, to all the students who are in the nutrition arena in the various universities, and to all the students, who are into politics, who are into law, who are into medicine, who are into nothing. I mean, these are untapped resources of ours. So when I was in school back in the days, right, many things that we learned about Nigeria, we learned about little about Africa, right? Then we learned many things about, the United Kingdom, the United States, all the statistics here and there, the definitions by WHO. These are very great, but I think we as a people, right, we need to restructure the syllables we use in schools to actually accommodate all of these new changes in Africa. I mean, Agenda 2063 is not even communicated in the university. They're not being taught in the university. So how do we move from here? So these are my pains, and these are things that I feel we need to critically look into. We need to consider them for us to actually have a sustainable growth in Africa. Without people having good information in their graphs, they will be deformed, and from there, we'll continue to have impairment of the society. We continue to have impaired society. It's just as simple as that. So I think communicating this, achieving good unity in Africa is very key and very central to this big initiative. Thank you.
All right, so Doshina, just as a way of closing this first half of the program, malnutrition continues to impact on Africa to the point that statistics suggest that 41% of children under 5 years have various forms of malnutrition. 41% of children under 5 years. Now, the whole idea of this initiative by the African Development Bank, in partnership with the AU, is to accelerate the reduction of malnutrition in Africa by 2025. The question that begs for answer is that even possible? We in 2024, we're halfway into the next program, and of course, 2025 in the horizon. Do you think that this initiative can completely eradicate malnutrition by next year?
Yeah, I do believe this initiative can achieve this in 2025, but also I do have my reservations, right? I think we have a very short time now to actually achieve that target. So looking at the time space and looking at the infrastructure we have in Africa at the moment, I am doubting this time frame. Okay, so I think if this will be achieved, we need to give ourselves a little longer, like a little period of time beyond 2025. if we really need to achieve something out of this. I mean, it's a good initiative, and I don't want it to be a jamboree program like we've always had, right? We've had so many programs from AU in partnership with different organizations, but here we have today, we are still speaking of the same thing almost every year. Okay, I really hope that this program or this initiative, we achieve its target. But if we to achieve that, I don't see 2025 as being a year to actually achieve this goal. Because, for example, you can bring that rate of 41% malnutrition in Africa. You can bring it down in a year. You can bring it to 0%. It's not possible. It's not possible in the sense that we don't have the infrastructure on ground. Okay, does that make sense? How do we connect all of the African head of state together to buy into this idea is the first thing. The meeting that was held in Dakar, Senegal recently had about 8 countries, present, Nigeria being one of them, and a few other countries. And we have like 54 African countries combined together. So it's a huge task and responsibility to actually get all of the presidents together and buy into this idea. So until we're able to convince them enough and let them see undeniable reasons why they need to increase financing, because the central theme of the meeting was actually to ensure we generate policy and we increase financing, to this initiative. So for us to achieve that, I think a minimum of 3 years or 4 years is required. Or else it will just be like Africa Unity saying we're going to silence gun in Africa by the year 2020, and we're going to restore peace and order in Africa. And here we are today, we're still speaking of war in Sudan today. So I think 2025 is way too close. It's just a few months to 2025, and then we still not have a united Africa, and then we still not have free movement of people and goods in Africa. I mean, there are some goods that are actually perishing in some Africa that could have been, transported into another part of Africa and will be used for those people. But then, where is the rail network to actually transport these? Okay, so I think these are some of the components that will make it a little difficult to actually achieve this. I don't know we have all of this infrastructure like a rail network, good transportation network, good communication network, a united Africa, the presidents of each African countries are ready to actually buy into this idea. If all of this infrastructure are already on ground, yes, it's a possibility, but we don't have them already. So we equally have to work on all of these systems, to come together and to ensure we have this target reached. So 2025 is way too close, and I don't think it's realistic, to be honest.
I'm trying so hard to see that I get the correct pronunciation. If you don't mind, can you pronounce your name for me so I get the right pronunciation?
I like to pronounce it for you, but you can just, simply call me Shina. Shina is okay because that seems a little longer. My first name, my last name, so it is Ayelabo. So the meaning is just like all of us will meet money in this health. Simple.
Thank you so much, Nashina, for joining us on the program. Of course, giving some expository remarks to some of the angles to which this conversation has tilted, and we're looking forward to having you on the conversation, the program Early Exchange, at some point in the near future. Until then, I'd like to wish you a pleasant stay in the UK, and looking forward to you coming. So you're coming back very soon. Looking forward to having you and probably meeting in person. Thank you so much for coming on the program today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me, and it's my. I'm very glad to be honest, and to be on this program with you this morning. Africa is my home. Nigeria is my home. So I look forward to a day that I won't have to think twice, to visit my home, and everybody will have peace of mind. Now we have many people living in the country. There's a new chapter business across Africa. And we also have people out of Africa, Chinese, Indians, Americans, they're coming into the country. They're seeing something in the country, right? So I hope that someday the government will be able to provide an avenue that will enable people to see the opportunities in Africa. I do believe there are opportunities in Africa. I really do believe, right? But the system of the governance in Africa needs to be twisted in a way that reflects the wishes of the people, that signify trust, okay, and that radiates hope amongst the people. These are the critical elements that are available in the countries many people are migrating to. For me, in England here, it's not like it's all rosy for everybody traveling abroad, but then a little better than what we have back home, all right? But then my prayer, my aspiration is that someday we get things right and we get Africa moving. It is my pleasure to be on this program today. And thank you. I love Africa. I love the work you guys do. And looking forward to United Africa, where we won't have to worry about traveling across Africa and with restrictions. Thank you very much. And also on malnutrition, I do hope that someday we will be able to get there, and that young people and people who are very vulnerable will not have cause, to suffer the menace of malnutrition, anemia, obesity, kwashiorkor, and all of these diseases will be really, really minimized in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noshina. I would have to let you go because this is only the first half of the program. We're going to be going into the second half, which I would rather describe as the home run. Well, Noshina had struck a very sensitive chord or nerve, if I may, and that's the fact that he wanted a united Africa. But then, would you describe Africa united if the federal government of Nigeria seems to be playing down on the quality of education from other African countries? There are concerns, and so the federal government is invalidating degrees from Benin and Togo. We'll be talking about that in a bit right here on the Early Exchange. Do not move a muscle, do not even flick your eyelids, because we'll be back in a moment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we're experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct road on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it, then we talk productivity, then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
We have several laws in the country, especially the Criminal Code Act and the Criminal Code Act of Nigeria, that actually illegalize forgery of documents, you know. So not only that, that we also have the Miscellaneous Provisions Act that also illegalize forgery of documents, but those ones specifically referring to bank documents, right? So definitely in terms of what the law is saying, it's actually the right move by the federal government to actually void this certificate. I think we as stakeholders of the country and also legal practitioners, we also, as much as, yes, there is still so many things that people would want to question about how lawful is our country, but no matter how things are done, as stakeholders, we have to actually uphold the rule of the law, right? And in upholding the rule of the law, we actually side with the federal government in doing what they did. You can see that in various, especially our image abroad is not something to write home about. You get many things, especially questioning how even our president came into power. But we cannot say because of there's a bit of illegality in respect to how he's into power, then we shouldn't act with the subsequent illegality on the country. So I would say yes, based on the appropriate thing and what the law actually has to offer, that is the right thing for the federal government to offer.
Yes, that is a right step in the right direction. So far so good that those certificates are verified as not authentic, because I can't call them fake, as not authentic from recognized universities. So if that is done, this will check the way universities are being set up to administer and issue certificates to people who are supposed to be professionals in their various disciplines.
The federal government revoking those certificates is very, very right, because as citizens and as students, before you obtain admission into a university, you're supposed to be sure of the university you're going to. You're supposed to be sure that the university you're going to is fully accredited. And if you have not made your findings, then it is on you if the federal government later revokes it. Because if the law is lenient on this, so many people will keep doing it. So there's a strictness that the federal government has to ensure so that it does not repeat itself. Because there are so many universities in Nigeria. We're also trying to curb the whole issue of migration into other countries. So these people, especially those that go to Cotonou, are going there for a short period of time to gain admission, because probably they could not gain admission into these schools by merit, into schools in Nigeria by merit. So they go to those places to get quick degrees, which is not the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to gain your admission and your university education by merit. So by going to those places, they have not gained it by merit. So I think it is right. And unfortunately, these people are now victims. They have to go back and start all over again. But I feel like it will serve as a deterrent to others that intend to do something like that, and it will make sure that they don't do it again. I think that's why there's a law, because where there's no law, it will lead to chaos. So this law now, by being upheld, will serve as a notice to other people to do what is right, because that's what we need in Nigeria, to just do what is right.
I don't think there is an implication per se. I think what the federal government is trying to do is to call and curb fake certificates and actually engage meaningful Nigerians. But I think there must be a way to meet at a middle point. If you can actually confirm if those people went to school, I think there must be a way to sort of sort out. But I understand where the federal government is coming from. These universities haven't been accredited in their nations. So how then are you sure about the teaching or the education, level of education in that university? So there must be a level ground. There must be something that they're looking for. So I don't think they're wrong per se, but I also think that genuine Nigerians that were affected by this, there should be a meeting, a way to help them.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we'll see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, there are concerns about the quality and authenticity of education, and authenticity of certificates from certain institutions in Benin Republic and Togo. And that has led to the invalidation of degrees awarded by these institutions as they have been termed illegal. Well, 22,700 certificates validated by the federal government. Some persons from some school of thoughts and, people with opposing ideas on this particular issue. Some persons fearing retaliatory response from the government of Benin and Togo. But then, first and foremost, what needs to be established, are these institutions illegal even in the country where they operate? Because a certain story was said where an undercover journalist obtained a degree from a certain institution in Benin under 2 months. And that led to a probe which revealed that this was done in consonance or a partnership with certain officials, some racketeering, where you didn't even have to leave the shores of Nigeria, or you didn't have to be in the country, Benin or in Togo, to obtain these degrees. It's going to be a worthwhile conversation if you stay put, because there's a second side to it. But then I'll let you know that I have two gentlemen in the studio who are going to be shedding some light and giving some perspective to the conversation. But we do have an educationist who is a professor, actually based in United States. He's an adjunct professor at the Faculty of Education, Department of Educational Management, Prowess University, Delaware, United States of America. He is the president and the founder of the Institut Superieur Bilingue Libre de Togo, which is in Lomé, Togo. Professor Amani Danjuma Penel. He's joining us via Zoom this morning. In the studio is Lanre Oke, the founder, CEO, Teleschool's Digital Education System. A very good morning to you. Glad you could join us. And of course, a legal practitioner, Barrister Oke Nebedum, attorney and Gavo Law Office. Good morning.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go to Zoom first and have the professor tell us what he thinks about this invalidation and start the conversation from there. Good morning to you. Bonjour, professor.
Bonjour. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Yeah.
25 institutions. Well, the federal government saying they are going to be invalidating, or they have invalidated degrees from universities. And so from the reports, I think it's about 5 institutions that have been approved, 2 here, 3 there. But then what's your thoughts about this from the government of Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the decision of the government of Nigeria to invalidate certificates from Benin Republic and Togo, I not saying that the decision itself is bad but it's harsh, and it's based on information that are not correct. For instance, for any policy, to bear on the citizens of the country, that policy must pass through what we call regulatory impact assessment. Before a government will take a decision, they have to ensure that the impact, the negative aspect of it, will not affect the citizen to the extent that it will create a kind of emotional trauma. Not only that, economic situations to those who are concerned. So we are saying that it is good for the government of the country to decide the standard, the quality of education to its citizenry. But this issue of Benin and Togo is very particular. For instance, we think that the proper analysis was not done. Because telling us that only 3 institutions are accredited in Togo, for instance, to run degree program, which is not the right information. I have with me here, for instance, a document. You can say it. It's written in French, and that document reads: offre de formation harmonisée des parcours licence pour les établissements privés de l'enseignement supérieur. It simply means this is the harmonized program by the government of Togo for degree program for institutions of higher learning, private institutions of higher learning. And here we have about 68 of them in this document. There are 68 here. And the program here is for degree. If you go into the document, you discover that even up to masters. So if you are telling us there's only 3 universities that are accredited, maybe that is a problem of a mastery of the system of education in Togo and in Francophone countries. If not, we have more than 58 universities or private institutions of higher learning that that run degrees up to master's level. So in
Penyo,
that,
let me just
yeah.
interject just momentarily and put an angle to this. Well,
Okay.
3 institutions in Togo, 5 in Benin, that's about 8 in total. Could that be the institutions the federal government of Nigeria wants to recognize? I mean, how do you know schools that are credited by the government of Togo and Benin? I mean, you have a system in place. Those schools are recognized by
Yeah.
the country. But just like you'd want to go to the United States to study, you want to go to the UK, and they want to know that you went to a recognized institution in Africa, and they ask you for, your transcripts and your verification and all of that. I mean, couldn't that be said to be what has applied in this case here?
Yes, yes. For instance, we have about 84 students who passed through the Ministry of Education, Nigeria, asking if the Institut Supérieur Bilingue et Libre du Togo is an approved institution in Togo they want to go and study, and the course they want to go to study. And they were given confirmation, they were given okay that the IBLT, the institute, is approved and it runs these courses. So coming to tell us now that it's only Université de Lomé, which is a government university, Université de Kara is government. What's the next one? Catholic University of West Africa, which is based in Abidjan. It has a campus in Togo. These are the schools or institutions of higher learning that have the status of university as it is defined in the Francophone system. But other schools, even centers, also have this capacity to run degrees. So I don't think it's right for the Nigerian government to come back now, because there was a system in Nigeria that controls how these people coming from Benin and Togo are authenticated, that their certificate are validated, and they go for NYC, they serve for years. For instance, our institute, our university that I have the grace to promote is 10 years old. And we have mobilized 6 to 7 batches of graduates from Nigeria, Nigerian nationals, who have already served and are doing well in the labor market. So we don't understand. We have also students who are studying abroad in the UK, in Canada, that they can even send their credentials for proof. They pass through our school, and those countries recognize our qualifications. So I don't know. The problem is not the country is sovereign. They have the prerogative, the sole prerogative to accept or reject a certificate from any country. However, in the case of Nigeria, I don't think it is the right thing that was done. Maybe there's another aspect of it that we don't know yet, but we expected that the government will do more work. They have to sit on that decision. They have to, first of all, stop whatever they want to do and go back to really work on this and conduct what we call RIA, Regulatory Impact Analysis or Assessment, before ever the decision is enshrined, which I know it may not. Thank you.
All right, Professor, let me momentarily just have you on the other end while I get the gentleman in the studio with me, the legal practitioner, learned gentleman, Barrister Nebedum. Please, what is the legal backing? What grounds can the federal government invalidate these degrees?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to start from where Professor, with all due respect, has said that before the federal government of Nigeria begins to implement their policy against, particularly the policy that they've dished us, the de-recognizing some of those certificates, that they needed to do regulatory impact assessment. Whether those regulatory impact assessments are done whichever way he intends or he may have presupposed in his heart, I want to say that law is not emotion. Because he was looking on the side of emotion, they would have looked at the impact, the emotional torture of having
have empathy.
Empathy, much as I want to agree with him that is an effort in futility for one to engage or to have gained admission and stay there for 3 or 4 years as a case may be, and they come out only to find out that you have wasted your time, resources, and effort. Yes, but let it be established that law is not emotion. Law is law. Law looks at what is just. Even though law can have some elements of morality, but it does not legislate morality. Law has consequences, which is the opposite of incentives. If you obey the law, you reap from the benefits of the law. If you go foul against the law, you reap the consequences. It is not the first time here. I am aware in my own legal profession that National Open University of Nigeria admitted students and they went through the whole log. The study of law is about 5 years, you understand? And they had issues being admitted at the Nigerian Law School because of issues around accreditation. If the Federal Ministry of Education and if the Council for Legal Education that regulates the study of law in Nigeria, in conjunction in their whole community effort, were able to put a sanction on the accreditation process of the National University running law courses, emphasis, law courses alone. They were not allowed entering into the Nigerian Law School. Then what more? Receiving or accepting or recognizing certificates from foreign universities. So if they feel that they are offended by it, the institutions have the ECOWAS Community Court. They can approach the court for interpretation. But as much as it is the decision of the federal government to so do, and looking into whether at all there are any bilateral agreements, between the country of Togo and the country of Benin Republic and Nigeria regarding education or regarding particularly the accreditation system, especially the course content. This time around, what is being looked into is not the certificate. It is the process by which that certificate was obtained. Because the certificate in itself is just a paper. The process by which it was obtained. You talked about a journalist who obtained one within how many months? Is that possible? So it creates an impression that over there, they have what you may want to call shopping malls for certificates instead of learning centers. You understand what I mean? So in that regard, I want to very well appreciate the fact that yes, emotionally, economically, they've wasted some time, but you should leap. Look before you leap. The law is caveat emptor. Look carefully. It is not about getting to the university to find out whether they are accredited. It is about going to Nigerian embassy or the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ask, I'm going to a particular country, probably, I don't want to mention names. What is the relationship between Nigeria and this country regarding the accreditation system for their universities? So that you don't go waste your time. It is not only, why are they crying foul? Nigeria recognizes certificates from Ghana and many other universities, or even in those countries, 3 and 5 in the other. So why are they crying foul? They can approach the ECOWAS court for interpretation.
Well, I'd like to get the gentleman live into the conversation. He's an educationist. And of course, from your experience, what are the criteria the federal government probably used to assess the quality of education and authenticity of degrees from, schools or institutions outside Nigeria?
Thank you very much. I think that it's important to establish, first of all, in line with what the barrister has said, that standards are critical to preserve any system. For example, if you remember a number of years ago in Nigeria, we had this serious issue with fake drugs. And what you had was all kinds of quack pharmaceutical companies springing up, manufacturing placebo drugs, which means that all you had in there was powder. It really didn't do anything. Now, on the surface of it, you could argue that maybe the NAFDAC was being overeager in running after these people. After all, as Barrister has said, the onus is on you as the user of any system or product to verify. But what you had was a system where people were dying because they thought they were consuming effective medication, but actually they were just consuming powder. And at that time, the very accomplished Nigerian of blessed memory, who was the DG of NAFDAC, at the risk of her own life, stared down these quack manufacturers and made sure that Nigeria largely got rid of them. In a similar vein, you have this issue where people are traveling next door, as the young lady who was interviewed a few moments ago on the street interview said, maybe they had challenges getting admission here, so they just docked into the nearby country for 3 months or 6 months and then came back with a BSc. The government is protecting its own people. What is the content of that degree that young Nigerian has gone to acquire? It has implications for the individual. It has implications for the industry they're going to work in. It has implications for you and I as consumers of whatever that sector puts out, whether by service or product. And ultimately, it has implications for the reputation of Nigeria as a whole. I remember one of my professors in university, I studied engineering, by the way, and he said to me, the quality of the engineering in Nigeria is a derivative of the quality of the study of engineering in its schools. You understand?
Yeah.
So when you get to a country where they are flying to space, where they're building, continental missiles, intercontinental missiles, all of that is an outcome of what is being studied in the schools. So it's what the IT people call garbage in, garbage out. If you're letting your young people collect fake degrees, and fake has implications. And I think to the question you were asking, we're not saying that there isn't a school there. We're not saying that they didn't register in that country, but as Barrister said, what is the content of the programs that you're registering these children for which you're certificating them? And if they come out with that certificate, how valuable are they to the industry of relevance and to the public as a whole? And I believe that these are the measures that people like the Nigerian Universities Commission, Ministry of Education, have applied to come out to say, well, we're sorry. In your country, this sort of approach might be tenable. But in Nigeria, we have a very, very particular focus and emphasis on education. It's one of the things that has made this country what it is on the continent today. I think somebody argued that you probably have more universities in Nigeria alone than you have in the rest of sub-Saharan Africa put together. I don't know. It might be true. It might not be. But we have a responsibility to protect our citizenry from outcomes that may be non-desirable. I think there's actually benefit for the countries involved in that. Because when at first you don't succeed, the maxim says, try again. You understand? It's not a permanently shut door. What the government of the country has said is that your standards are not high enough.
So if you probably can.
I think you need to ask the question. So what standards would you be referring to?
Which is what I asked you. I mean, the criteria.
Yeah, I mean, typically, in engineering, for example, I studied mechanical engineering. You have civil, you have materials, electronics and electrical, even food science and technologies engineering, food engineering. There are standards that are globally applied, and then there are standards that are peculiar to the country. So what are the engineering philosophies and theories that you want to specialize on in the different arms of engineering? Mechanics, for example, in mechanical engineering, hydraulics, in structures and civil engineering. You understand? These are things that you then check what is being taught in the higher institution. Would it stand the test of international scrutiny? Professors are the ones who run this system. So they've spent long years studying and then developing their own theories about these things. And they are the custodians. Now, what is taught in your university, does it measure up to what is internationally accepted in that area of study. And if that individual who graduated from your institution were subjected to rigorous examination, would they qualify as capable of delivering value to the environment in which they would operate later on? You know, that's one of the things our education needs to get used to. It's not, as Barrister said, certificate for certificate's sake. I mean, it's something for us to think about in Nigeria. Why do we have so many engineers and we're not making cars?
No.
Why are we not building computers?
Richard, question.
So we need to make sure that what is being put into our children, what is being put into, you know, the coming generation of leaders is capable of producing in them the ability to impact their society and the environment. It is valuable content that empowers them to be productive, to be creative, to be generative, and not just someone sitting down for 3 months and coming back that, you know, I have a mass comm degree or I have
okay. You touched me on the nerve there, Larry. You touched me on the nerve. Let's get back to Professor Amani Danjuma. I believe he's still standing by. Professor Danjuma, the look on your face is not very good. But then I would want to ask, do you have people from Benin, Togo studying in Nigeria? Do you also have people from other parts of Africa, say Ghana, Sierra Leone, South Africa, coming to Benin? I know you might classify all foreigners or all non-nationals as one, but then what is the distribution of people from outside Nigeria or from outside the country Benin coming from other parts of Africa?
Thank you very much. I will take it from where the engineer stopped. He talked about quality of what is obtained in Benin and the Togo. Well, I may not say much about Benin. I'm based in Togo. My university is in Togo. I want to say that Togo is second in quality of education in the Francophone countries of West Africa, after Senegal. And the Togolese government is very much concerned about the quality of education they give to their citizens and to those coming from outside Togo. And I want to tell us that the quality of education is very much okay. And if someone goes to Benin or Togo to obtain certificate in 3 months or 6 months, I wouldn't know. That is a rare case. We just had it one from Benin. But I want to also say that in Institut Supérieur Bilingue Libre de Togo, my institution, we have students not only from Nigeria, we have a student from Niger Republic, from Sierra Leone, we have Ghanaians, we have students from Central African Republic, from Chad, and from other countries. We are a bilingual university, so people come from all over Africa to come and study. And they have graduated. Some of them are doing very well in their home countries. And they studied in our school. For instance, the Controller General of Customs in Central African Republic just wrote to me, said he heard about what is happening in Nigeria. He's surprised because he is there as the credential of the institute. And he's doing well. He studied, he studied for 5 years, which we call backflip sank. But if somebody goes there, you know, in every system, I used to tell people, you place human beings into two, and we have one part that gives that gives market to people who are not offering quality, and we have people who are serious and who go for quality. So if you open an institution, you have marketers from all aspects. It's either you have people who are not even serious, who don't know even what they have come to seek for from institutions. They are there, they will come. They may not even have basic qualifications, the right one, and they will come and you receive money for some of us, and you give them certificate in 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. But we have people who know what they have come to do. These people will leave Nigeria. Let's take the case of Nigeria. They will go to Togo and they will first seek for the right information, the right school, where quality is given before they engage. They pay their money, they stay there for years. Some of them have registered with the Nigerian embassy, or most of our students, of course. And they are there. We also have those who are going there, they will register and have our school ID card, and they engage in other activities. And I don't know, they will find their way back through, I don't know, the marketers of this system, and they will obtain the certificate. And there's no way we can control this system. They are also a system. But what I want to tell all is that people come from other countries to study in our institutions. They go back with the right qualification. And I want to bring back our minds to a conference that was held in Senegal in 2018, in which Nigeria also took part. The Education Evaluation Services of the Ministry of Education took part in that meeting. And they have gone there to harmonize the quality of education between the Francophone countries and the English-speaking countries of West Africa. And we know what was discussed. And that is where we discovered that, yes, in the French system, the 6 semesters for a degree program are equivalent to the 8 semesters in a degree program in Nigeria. I think that work has been done, and many of our students were evaluated on the 6 semester transcript, and then they all passed. Some of them are working; they are doing very well. So it is a human system that we cannot beat down, and we cannot perfect it at once. But generalizing that these people who are serious, who know what they are going to obtain, with those who are not serious, who are just looking for what we call a sympathetic solution to their problems, they will come and then they will obtain this degree like the cases we have. But I don't know. We don't have that in my institution anyway.
Thank you so much, Professor Danjuma Amani. We have to let you go because we're pressed for time, and there's a second part to this conversation. Okay. But then I think you've done justice from your own end, and we really sincerely appreciate you joining us on the program. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let me come back to you, Barrister. Can the affected individuals challenge this decision by the federal government in court?
Yes, they can, but it will be better because they didn't by themselves obtain those certifications. Those certificates were issued by institutions. And that is where Professor comes in. I was going to ask him, have you ever looked at the list of the 2,000 plus certificates and the individuals or the graduates owning them and track it to the universities involved? Has he done that? If he has done that, then has he ever looked into the policy statement or whatever communique issued by the Federal Republic of Nigeria regarding those certifications or certificates that were rejected, whether they were called fake or whether they were disqualified or whether they were rejected or for what reasons? If you look at the content of that communique and then you marry them with where have we gone wrong, and you can now approach the government like my colleague said, that you can, do a peer review mechanism and then ask yourself, where have we gone wrong? Like when we were in O-level studies, I remember even through primary basic educations, remember that when you rush from the question in a mathematics exams and produce the answer, the teacher will ask you, why is your working? Do your rough works.
Let's see how
you exercise. Do your exercise. Do your worksheets there. So we want to see the worksheets. What can they harmonize?
I'm going to come back to you, Larry, but then that's going to be after we take this momentary detail. Of course, the federal government is insisting that there's going to be an age cap on students who are going to be taking the West African Examination Council or senior certificate examinations, and of course the NECO examinations. They're putting an age cap of 18. What that means is if you are more than 18, you might not be able to sit for the WAEC or NECO examinations. We'll take this, and when we come back, we would link the conversation to that, and I'll start off with Larry. right here on Early Exchange.
Our children of nowadays now, at least their education is faster. So, and there are some children that you will see, they are matured more than their age. That is what I'm telling my sister. For example, like our own daughter, if you see the daughter, she's a very pumping lady, and she has a very good results this year. But unfortunately, I'm hearing that they said a child that is not up to 18 will not enter school. She's cooking, she wash clothes, she does many things at home. You know, it depends the way you train your children. But the reason why governments are not saying that be less than 18 years child should not be enter school, I don't really understand.
At the age of 15 years, they go to school. They go to school. You know that. 15 years, you will see them in the public university. So why our own? Why our own? It's not the best. It's not. They should do something about it.
In this situation, I have to disagree with the federal government, because in this time, in this 21st century, in 2024, age does not matter. We have 13-year-olds performing a lot of things outside Nigeria. We have 12-year-olds inventing things in other countries. So if we're going to be at 2024, we are going to implement a law that says that a student cannot go to university until they are 18. I feel like it's very frivolous. It is unnecessary. We have a lot of problems plaguing our country. We have issues that need to be addressed. So the federal government putting a law like that into action is misplaced priorities to me. That is not important at this point in time. It is not important. And if we are going to ask those children to sit at home, what has the federal government done to aid them? What are they going to be doing? Because an idle mind is the devil's workshop. If I finish university at 16, a secondary school at 16, and I cannot go to university, so I'm just expected to sit at home until I'm 18. By implementing that law, they're supposed to bring out like avenues like tailoring, tech, other things that they can indulge in before they gain admission. If the law is going to be like that, fine, we don't disagree. But what are they going to be doing in the meantime? That's the question. So laws like that cannot just be put into being without preferring measures to help students and to help youths, because at this point in time, Nigeria is really going downhill. So we need to look for laws and policies and institutions that will aid our youths to perform exploits, to do great things. So a law like that is just misplaced priority to me at this point in time.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, one policy that seems to be a bother to people or respondents who we spoke to on the streets of Lagos. I'd like to go to education is now, Larry. A cap of 18 years before you could write the West African Senior Certificate Examination or NECO or get into the university. I'd like to juxtapose this with the question I had, earlier. In the West, you have the West, which is the Western Educational Services. You also have NACIT, which evaluates degrees from outside, their region. And what it does is they put it side by side and say, oh, if you had on this out of a scale of 4, you had a 3.5, this is what it will give you on the scale of this. And then they know where to better place you, especially when you're seeking further education. We don't have that kind of evaluation in Africa, where across board, countries in West Africa or in Africa can have like an evaluation system. Before now, the WAEC exams were strong, and then Nigeria decided to have the NECO, and then WAEC seemed like a regional examination accepted across West African countries, and you could start to go into universities in African countries. And if you had to put that side by side with this policy of age, writing the examination, I mean, is it even the purview of the federal government to decide at what age you should write a regional examination?
Thank you very much. It's interesting you started with the West because when this policy came up, that's where my mind went to. I had the privilege as a child at what we call primary here, what you call grade school in the US, or schooling in America. And that's the first time I came into this system where age is actually used as a guide. So I had practically finished primary schooling in Nigeria, but I was a bit ahead on age. So when I got to the US, I was put in the 4th grade, which is like primary 4, because of my age. You know, it was a bit of an argument with my father, who was a professor on follow, what you call sabbatical at the time. But, you know, the Americans insisted that is the system. And, you know, whatever age your child is at will determine where he gets placed. So in a way, why did I refer back to that? Because you see a more advanced society practicing that. There are theories and philosophies behind that, that says that when you're educating people in totality, 360 degrees, you're looking at not just their academic development, you know, but their cognitive skills, motor skills, social skills. You tend to get into a bit of psychology. So you go beyond basic education. Okay, at what age is an individual positioned, you know, to acquire certain skills? And you're taking on a bit of deeper science now. So one shouldn't say that maybe the Ministry of Education or the minister is pulling this, you know, out of nowhere. It does exist in certain places, you see, but there are structures to it. And it's impressive that that young lady came into that in her commentary on the street interview. We have this habit in Nigeria, all due respect to our leaders, of killing mosquitoes. You know, there's something emotionally soothing about no, I mean, not even sledgehammer. You know, if we sit in this room and there are mosquitoes here now, the very aggressive ones among us will soon start searching the walls. And you know, you want to kill a mosquito so that it gratifies that pain that you felt when one bit you. But, you know, the act of hunting mosquitoes down can be a very time-consuming and rather low-return exercise. Because a smarter person says, where is really the origin of these mosquitoes? If I can resolve the issue there, then I can apply my time in this living room to more meaningful activities than chasing down pesky flying creatures. We have a situation in Nigeria where we're graduating out of high school, probably at this time, 3 now, going to 4 times the number of tertiary education positions we have. And I know that that's one of the reasons a smart person in government maybe thought, let's do this. But you're creating another problem, as the young lady said. So now, if we have 75% of the people not being able to get into school, and the Minister of Education was crying about 10 years ago that nobody is asking, where do this 75% go when they don't get admission? You now want to introduce another 2 years lacuna. You're going to have a crisis on your hands. I mean, young people are very dangerous to keep idle. And that's just one part of it. The other part of it is that Nigerians are generally by nature very aspirational. Anywhere we go in the world, it is clear about us. They tell you in the US that Nigerians are the only people you see who hold down 3 jobs, go to school, you understand, and have a family. You know, it's the Americans can't believe just the sheer level of capacity to accomplish things.
With dexterity.
We're not the people that you put this kind of restriction on. If you were saying, and maybe there's some wisdom in there, that academic tertiary education is overhyped in Nigeria, you know, this drive for a degree, and there are many other ways people can actualize, you know, their ambition, their life dreams, then, as the young lady said, create the other avenues. Stop running government by limiting. Limiting is a retrogressive administrative policy. Create instead. You understand? Create more vocational schools. Create more internship opportunities. Create more projects that are relevant to society that young people can work on, so that naturally they say, I don't need to go and rush for a degree. I can follow for a year or 2. Not that you sit somewhere and say, don't come till you're 18. And then a young child is asking you, so what do you want me
to do? All right, so we just have basically 2 minutes left on the program, and Barrister Nebedum, I'd like you to tell me: are there consequences, for pupils or students or the parents? Because if you're not 18 and you refuse not to go with the policy, and you say you want to apply, there are consequences, that might arise from that decision, especially the fact you're still juvenile.
Okay, the first consequence is constitutional crisis. Constitutional crisis in the sense that Section 42 sub 2 says that no citizen of Nigeria shall be discriminated upon or deprived of anything or any rights based on the factor of birth. So now if you think about birth, its correlation with age, you now begin to ask yourself, how is age even measured? If you want to measure age, you begin to consider factors like scale. You scale it to the value it has. And if it is scaled, you now begin to ask yourself, it is scaled in time, which means that at a point that it has a value that is zero. I'm not trying to be mathematical. That value that it has when it is zero, it means that it started counting from that point, which means at birth. So you are now discriminating against the person on the basis of the fact that he was born at a time when he shouldn't have been born, or because of when he was born, he cannot be something which is not his fault. So those circumstances the Constitution mentioned, you cannot discriminate or deprive any citizen of Nigeria anything because of the circumstance of his birth. He didn't bring himself here. There are circumstances that culminated into something and he was birthed. And when you now add value of zero, because before you begin to measure a thing or consider whether it is measurable, you begin to ask whether it has the functionality, because it can add mathematical functions to it. Whether you add, subtract, or begin to multiply from that zero to the point that when he's 18 years. So if you look at it, Section 1, subsection 3 of the same Constitution says that if any law or policy or any regulation is in collision course with the Constitution of the Federal Government, that law, to the extent of its inconsistency or the extent of whatever, is inconsistent, it's null and void. So parents might be heading to court, students may be heading to court, people, NGOs. Myself, NGOs, we may be heading to court to ask the federal government to interpret, or ask the judiciary to interpret whether this policy is inconsistent with the Constitution.
I wouldn't want us to drag this further, but I mean, you get the picture, you get the idea. And of course, ceteris paribus, all things being equal, we could have continued right here on Early Exchange, because the whole idea is to shape policy and advance development. And just like the learned gentleman has said, we're hoping that we're not headed for a constitutional crisis on our hands. But then, if we had to take cue from what the educationist Larry has proposed, create avenues where these pupils who are fresh from secondary schools can learn, can gain skills, can learn knowledge, even while waiting to get into the higher institutions of learning. It's been great, on the program today. Of course, we had Professor Amani all the way from United States, who is a founder of an institution in Togo. He had his own side and his own tale to tell. Of course, various sides to the conversations on the program today has created some sort of balance, and we're hoping that the takeaways will inform the decisions of the federal government. Thank you so much for joining us on the program Early Exchange, and of course we'll be back tomorrow 8 a.m. West African time, GMT +1. And indeed, we'll be expecting that the conversations will continue on our various social media handles, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Let's get it engaging. SOUQ News TV. My name is Temple Barra, and on behalf of everyone who's ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud and clear, do have yourself a lovely day, and do join us for Market Insight at 11. Bye for now.
accelerates progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and he said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, The vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to us, and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adeniyi Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the Titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he would erect a business dynasty that would span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is a testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late SOUQ Exclusive. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil. And I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to SOUQ Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise in 2008. Financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices. thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it's a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community. The Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. It's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rate and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello there, welcome to Markets Insights. I am Lavina Emma. Now today we will discuss a transformative development in Nigeria's governance landscape, and that's the promise of financial autonomy for local governments. Now, for decades, local governments in Nigeria have struggled with limited resources and dependence on state and federal allocations. But with the recent Supreme Court judgment granting them financial autonomy, there's a change for them. Now, a new era of self-sufficiency and growth is unfolding. So now imagine a scenario where your local government has the financial means to build better roads, improve schools, provide essential services without having to wait for federal handouts. I mean, that's something we all want in our different communities. Now, the potential for this accelerated development will be very, very huge. And this will also boost our local economies. But the vision behind this financial autonomy is that the road to it is going to be paved with lots of challenges as expected. Now, the questions remain. How will local governments generate their own revenue? That's one. Two, how will accountability be ensured? And how do we prevent the emergence of new forms of corruption with this new local government's financial funding? Now, these are the crucial issues that need to be addressed through careful policy making and implementation. So this morning, we will examine the implications of financial autonomy on local governance, opportunities for increased revenue generation and resource management, challenges in implementation and capacity building, and last but not least, the success stories and lessons learned from pioneering local governments in other parts of the world. So we're going to have this discussion with experts who are going to harness the autonomy for sustainable development in our country. So after the break, I will introduce our guest. We have an economist to discuss this issue with, a lawyer, and also a public affairs analyst. And together, we will discuss the potential for financial autonomy for local governance in Nigeria.
Something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11th, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local government be. In those judgments, the Apex Court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state house of assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local government mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the path of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Many thanks for watching the program. Now, that was a report on the financial autonomy, the court's ruling on financial autonomy for local governments in Nigeria. So to discuss this issue with me, I have my guest in the studio, a public affairs analyst, and his name is Mr. Oni Olaleko. So thank you for joining us this morning on Market Insights, Mr. Oni Olaleko.
Thank you for having me once again. Good morning.
Good morning. And I also have two gentlemen joining us virtually also, and that's Mr. Kebira Aruna. He's the CEO of Global View Capital Limited. He's also an economist. I also have Mr. Adeshola Fagbemi, ESQ. He's a lawyer with over 11 years experience. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us this morning on the program Market Insights.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's get right into it now. Let me start with my guest in the studio, first of all. Now, Mr. Oni Olaleko, now, what is financial autonomy for local government areas? What does this mean?
Well, simply put, what financial autonomy means for local government councils across Nigeria is that the federal allocation, which is coming from the central government, in Abuja, for example, the central government that we have in Abuja, the monthly allocation being shared between the federal, state, and the local government will come directly course of the local government. What we have was that we usually have, when those monies are shared, we usually have those money being sent to the state government purse or coffer, and then the state then goes further to distribute it to the local government. But now what financial autonomy means for the local government is that these monies will come directly from the federal purse to the state, to the local government purse directly, and local government council chairman can decide on how to disburse these funds and what to do with them. That's exactly what financial autonomy means in a simple term.
Okay, well said. Thank you for that, Mr. Oni. Okay, now let me talk about this with my guest who has joined us virtually. Mr. Kebira Aruna. Can you hear me, Mr. Kebira Aruna?
Loud and clear.
Okay, glad to have you on the program. Now, what are the now from what our guest in the studio has said? So now, what are the primary advantages of financial autonomy for local governments in Nigeria?
What I will say that no matter how much that you receive, if you can see it in the future as it's coming, you can definitely sit down and have a plan for it. I think like what he had just said was if this money is sent from the central government to the state government, we don't know how long that it takes to stay in the coffers of the state government before they are handed over to the local government. But since this is going to be paid directly to the local government, they can sit down and have a plan and begin to put processes and procedure into place on how to develop their immediate environment.
Okay, so what do local governments stand to gain with this new, hopefully when it is fully implemented? Because yes, the Supreme Court has given the ruling, but what do they stand to gain economically? What do they stand to gain?
Well, one of the first things I will say that they start to gain is they will have improved service delivery with greater financial independence. A local government can allocate resources more effectively to whatever project that they have within the state, and this could lead to improved quality of life for the inhabitants of the local government. And sometimes it is going to lead to enhanced accountability. This financial autonomy that you can see, because they will now be responsible to the need and demand of their constituents. There will no hiding place before when they refuse to do a road or when they refuse to carry out responsibility. When you ask the chairman and the councillor of the local government, they can pinpoint, they can put their direction to the state government and put the blame on the state government. But now, because everybody is aware that they are whatever that's accrued to them get directly to them, so definitely it's going to enhance accountability. And also economic development. When the local governments are empowered, they can play more active role in promoting economic development within their jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Kebira Aruna. Okay, Mr. Fagbemi, can you hear me? Thank you for joining us this morning. Now, how does this financial autonomy impact local governments' decision making in the country now? Let's just hopefully when it's fully implemented, how will it impact them?
Thank you very much. Basically, taking a closer look at what has transpired in the past, you will know that local governments authority have been stifled, the operation have been stifled in the past with respect to financial autonomy. Not until 2024, where the Supreme Court made a ruling in favor of the various local government councils in the past. Before the fund that emanate from the federal or federation accounts to that of state will go to that of local government council. It takes enormous effort, if at all it was ever remitted. In the past, the governments of the 36 states of the federation always corner all kinds of finance coming from the federal account. And it has a large implication on development with respect to local government council operation. And, that has hampered development. But coming to the effect of this opportunity by judicial intervention as opposed to legislative intervention, the legislature would have done the needful by amending the constitution in such a way that would benefit the local government authority. Instead of that, they kept it at bay, despite the fact that there have been several cases coming up with respect to AG, Federation, and Abia states, where there have been a landmark decision by the Supreme Court making pronouncements in favor of local government councils, saying that with respect to financial autonomy, the money must be or allocation being received from the federation account must be domiciled in the states and being a trustee of those funds and subsequently be redistributed for the good of the local government authority. But the government, the state governments of the federation have wielded enormous, power, withholding the funds that should go or accrue into the coffers of the local government authority. Sometimes even they will constitute caretaker committees and also dissolve it at their whims and caprices, as we have it in Rivers State, what's going under the auspices of Fubara. And if that has been taken care of,
okay, thank you for that, Mr. Fagbemi.
Thank you.
But let's look at hopefully when we actually see the Supreme Court judgments being fully implemented now, how is it going to? Let's look at economic growth and development for communities all over the 774 local government areas in Nigeria. So I'll start with Mr. Oni in the studio now. So how can a financially autonomous local government drive economic growth in their own communities?
Well, like we all know that by the time this Supreme Court judgment of financial autonomy is being implemented, the federal government already set up a 10-man committee to ensure the smooth, kickoff of this financial autonomy to the 774 local government councils across the nation. By the time it kicks off, the first thing that will happen is the financial independence of, all local governments across the state. What that means is that whatever is coming monthly from the federal government to the local government purse, the local government council bosses can decide on how to appropriate this money. That's one, financial independence. Secondly, is that when you talk about financial independence, what it also means is that there'll be more developmental projects across the local governments. And there will be more accountability, like the other guest said, the virtual guest said that people will now have to beam their searchlights and accountability. When I mean people, I mean the people of the local government across the federation will beam their searchlight, their lights on local government council bosses and say that you are receiving so amount of money every month. what are you doing with it? Which projects are you doing with it? And, you know, there won't be excuses that it is the governors that are taking this money every month and they are just sending peanuts to us and all of that. So we know that this will have a very positive effect on the economy of the local government. Local government can now venture into, you know, different things which they are expected to do beyond infrastructure. They can now venture into, you know, empowering the people, businesses, and even go into agriculture and many stuffs that are, you know, that are supposed to be ventured into by the local government. Local government can also even find a way, because, you know, they have more funds now. They can find a way to even protect the communities, find a way to, you know, create a small security outfit which can be funded, which is part of their, you know, statutory duties of local government, to ensure that the lives and properties of people within the communities are protected, and so on and so forth. So all of this will have, you know, positive effects on the economies of the local government. And by the time you have all of this, this is how the country can move forward economically. It is not going to be the duties of the federal government or the state government to stimulate the economies alone. We also know that, you know, the local government is the closest arm of government, tier of government to the people. So by the time you have all of these across the federation in the 774 local government area, definitely the economy of the country will have a turnaround.
Okay, well said. Thank you for that, Mr. Oni. Now, but looking further at this, we believe that this is something that will be implemented. And how can local government areas generate their own revenue now?
Well, presently, we know that local government also have, presently, apart from the monthly federal allocation that they receive, we also know that local government generates revenue, but there have been some kind of issues between the state government and the local government. What I mean by that issue is that some of these, you know, generating revenue generating mediums have been taken over by the local government. We used to hear that in the olden days, some of these, something like a tenement rate is being generated, is being collected by local governments in the olden days. But now it is the state government that takes up all of that. But still, the local government still has, you know, some revenue generating avenue within the local government. For example, the local government generates money from the markets within their local government councils. The local government also generates revenues from parks within their local government council, and also even if you have something like cemetery within the local government still generates some money from that, and many other means. I expect that, you know, by now, local government bosses or council bosses needs to sit down also and also think of ways to generate money from different avenues, which, because if you look at what we have presently, by the time autonomy it kicks off, what we have, I think the most of the monies that come into the local government, 80% of it will be from the monthly federal allocation, which I feel the local government bosses can do better. You know, have more money. When you expand, by the time you build stores, shops, markets, you know, all of these things, by the time you expand.
Hey, thank you for that, Mr. Oni. Now, let me talk to Mr. Kebira Aruna. Mr. Kebira, can you hear me? Good. Okay, now this local government areas, now we've heard what the guest in the studio has said, how they can, in addition, they should also be able to generate revenue to help communities all over the country now. So now, how can this local government area, how can financial autonomies attract investments and partnerships?
Like just said, you know, most of the things that the local government has been actually be having doing it under the state government. What local government can do at now, they can have access to even loans. They can have access to even float a bond, a municipal bond. Because that is what they can do, especially when they know the level and the capacity that they have to generate fund in the future. They can float a bond, that they can have access to grants, and they can even have access to foreign aid as much as they know that this is their revenue generating capacity, then they will be able to have access to as much as that. Like in my place, we have, my place is a quarry. It's a quarry area. We have stone, granite everywhere. That is supposed to be the local government's purview. What they do is that they charge the grant licenses and mining licenses. So I think local government, especially those that have natural mineral resources, they make money from mining licenses, which I believe that is almost happen in every local government of the federation. I think then we have talked about market, which all of us are aware, motor parks, which all of us are aware, and this autonomy that they are actually be given will give even the local government ability to even put up a business on their own. The corporation, local government can go into starting a corporation. I think with that they can generate funds autonomously as far as this autonomy that is granted them is concerned.
Okay, but concerning the mining of natural minerals growing in any area, it's most of these things are subject to permission from the federal government. It's not the local government that can just go there and say, okay, it's in our community, we have this natural resources. So in that kind of scenario, you know that the local government will still need permission from the federal government concerning whatever revenue is generated from those resources. But so far, yes, they can generate money through the other means that you mentioned. But in that kind of scenario, what would you advise a local government chairman to do in the scenario of mining natural resources, like you mentioned in your state?
I don't think that the old 100% of the licenses from the mining of resources goes to the federal government. We are not talking about oil. When you talk about oil, we can understand, and I'm talking about granite, what you use to construct roads. We are talking about what did they call, there's this, they used to manufacture paints. I don't think that licenses goes directly to the federal government. I believe that even if the government is going to share out of it, it's not 100% that is going to the federal government. I believe as much as possible, what I understand is that the state government has actually been the one on the top of the mining licenses as far as quarry in my village is concerned. And now that they are giving this autonomy, could be a share between the state government and the local government. I understand before that whatever that comes from that goes to the state government first before they share to the local government. I think it's a thing that they will sit down with the state government and arrange that this is exactly what we have to come towards from the proceeds from these mining licenses.
Okay. Recently, my colleague went on the streets of Lagos, and she spoke with a few people to hear their opinions on financial autonomy for local government. So let's take a look at that short clip.
If you look at our constitution, the way the constitution is framed, you will find out that the local government happens to be the third tier of government. But whether they are functioning well is another thing. And there's been a lot of complaints that direct allocation from the federation account to the state for distribution to the local government has made the local government not to be highly impactful as it ought to be. Ordinarily, the allocation should be coming straight from the federal allocation should be coming straight to them, not through the governor. And that is why the governor in Nigeria, they have pocketed the local government. So it gladdens the heart of everybody that the Supreme Court has intervened to say that, yes, give them directly, it should not pass through the government. That is financial autonomy. But for me, more far-reaching is what I can call political autonomy. Because the financial autonomy is neither here nor there when the local government, when the state, is still the one responsible for the conduct of elections into the local council. And when you now entrust, he will plays the piper, dictates the tune. When you look at the little roles assigned to them under the Constitution, creation of market, manage of car parks, manage of cemetery, those are little things. How does that impact on the lives of the people that are, they are grassroots oriented? How does that impact? But they won't be able to do much. Those are the little things. So the Constitution too must be thinker into. Let's need a holistic, amendment of the Constitution to devolve more powers to the local government that they ought to be. So that what they are doing presently now will not just be what is on paper, because it's still the state that is legislating for them on how to conduct their affairs. But I am saying that is not fair enough. They too should derive their strength from the Constitution, and that is exactly what it should be in their due sense of it. And the economy, everything has a multiplier effect. The micro SME, they are in the local area. The small businesses are in the local area. Because if you now give local government financial autonomy and they are able to put projects, like now, if for example you're talking about roads, it's funny. A road in the local government, they can designate it federal. A road in the local government, they say state. Amen. And some, they will tell you, oh, it's a tribute road, maybe a corner street, they say it's a local government road. That is what they can deal with. But I'm saying is all no. Every road in a local government should be under the authority of a local government. If a local government is well funded, it will create roads. Farmers in the rural area will move their products to the market. They will sell. Once they sell, they have money, and then it's better their lot of their family. There will be multiplier effect in that given local environment, and it will show up the economic stability of the local government. Everybody will be smiling. So they will have more money to go into infrastructure building, and that is why it is good they must earn this financial autonomy plus the political autonomy. Very, very important.
What does financial autonomy mean, sir? The money now would be going straight from the federal allocation, for the federal government, central bank, to the various local governments, 774 of them. And now it will not be going through the channel of the state government. And all about this is just people trying to resolve the issue of corruption. Local governments have, over the years, alleged that state government take larger chunk of their money. Once it gets into the joint allocation account, they call it JAC, joint allocation account at the state level, and they take some part of their money. In some states, some functions of local government have been hijacked by the state government.
Okay, that was a brief chat with people on the streets of Lagos to hear their views on the financial autonomy for local government areas. Now, back to you, Mr. Onina. We've heard what Lagosians have said. We heard what a few people said about this. But looking at the whole scenario now, what does this financial autonomy improve in terms of financial planning and budgeting?
We've said it earlier. Because first of all, we have their monies in their account, their purse. What it means is that you have your money, you are in charge of your funds as a local government chairman or chairperson. What it means is that you do your budget yourself and you know how to plan. You can as well, assess more funds. What it means is that so you know how much is coming, you can do a financial projection. You know how much is coming at time fiscal year, you know how much is coming in. So it means that even local government can access loans, can raise bonds, and so on and so forth. So what it means financially for them is that the local government can also go into a PPP. For example, what we used to have in education that states goes into, the way SUBEB, the way UBEB goes into counterpart funding and all of that. So local governments can also, engage in all of this, educational wise, and even in projects. Because local government can do many things, and by that it helps them. By that it helps them to, plan, have more projects at hand. That's what it means.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Oni. Yes, we've heard what people on the streets have also said, but in terms of this whole issue of what stands to gain by this financial autonomy and how they can also impact their communities, because that's the most important factor in all of this, how they can impact their communities. But let me speak with Mr. Kabira Aruna now. Mr. Kabira.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, Mr. Kabira. Now, the resources that have been, like we were talking earlier on before we went on the break now, now what are the benefits of allocating these resources based on local priorities?
You see, what will happen is that there will be increased grassroots development because I think the purpose of the creation of the local government is that there should be a trickling down of the blessings of the country down to the people, even at the local government. As far as the local government have this financial autonomy and they're able to make as much as they can, they'll be able to affect the people's life effectively. You can actually not take it away that in most rural areas, especially like, let me use my place as, for example, recently we have a new king who wanted to have street lights in my village, and he was asked to write to the state government. I believe by local government having as much as they will be able to get is that such things will be undertaken by the local government. Yes, you might really don't know what it will play in the life of the people, but waking up in the middle of the night or go to sleep with a street light everywhere in the village is a kind of enhancement of a standard of living. So they will be able to touch the people at the grassroots. And we talk about infrastructure, especially the roads. We are passing through a phase of increasing inflation, and I believe that what is actually responsible for the growth of this inflation is the food inflation, food component, which is up to 40%. But I believe you mean it's not as if they don't eat food in the villages. But the problem is the means with which to bring it down to the city. So if roads are done, one, it will increase their sales because farmers really don't know as much as they produce. They will increase their welfare because they need to sell. But if they cannot move it out to where it is needed and they can sell it as much as they feel that they can get for it, it will not increase their welfare. So by developing roads and giving the people the amenities that they desire, I think that is grassroots development. That would be one of the basic things that this might actually lead to in the short and in the long run.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kabira. Now, Mr. Fagbemi, can you hear me now?
Very well.
Let's talk about accountability and transparency now. So how can citizens in all these communities all over the country benefit from increased transparency in local government finances?
Thank you very much. Basically, with the intervention of the Supreme Court ruling in favor of local government autonomy, I believe with respect to transparency going forward, the financial autonomy means that money emanating from the federal account will go straight down into the accounts of the local government authorities, thereby improving the quality and the standard of living of the people. Because when it has to do with constitutional amendment or judicial pronouncements, it is with respect to the people. It should be centered to improve the life and the well-being and livelihood of the people. And there have been a clarion call, there have been agitation since the advent of 1999 Constitution that local government authority should be autonomous and the people should benefit at the same time. But the various state governments who have been trustees of those funds in state and local government joint account at various times tampered with the allocation that should go to various local government councils by misappropriating those funds and, based on their whimsical and capricious tendencies. Going forward, based on these landmark decision of the Supreme Court, I think it will improve the quality of life of people within the grassroots, because there will be more participation in SMEs, there will be more industrial growth. It will also further enhance agricultural growth, because we have serious food shortage in Nigeria as we have it. And various local government chairman can bring about agricultural initiative, an extension program, inviting members of the public to participate in various agricultural production, which will also increase the per capita income, or in totality, the national income, because those money will flow, the revenue generated at local council will flow into the federal account in the long run.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fagbaby. Okay, let me revert to my guest in the studio now. Yes, we've seen the benefits of this. It's going to hopefully impact communities and touch people's lives the right way. And it will add more responsibilities to local government chairmen all over the country now. So now, how will this financial autonomy affect the relationship between local governments and businesses all over our country?
Well, like we have explained before, that one of the things that will help is that the local government now have more money to do projects and also invest in businesses to empower people within their locality, and also, put more money into healthcare, primary healthcare, put more money into, even agriculture, put more money into primary education and many other things, because the money now comes directly to them. That alone, having doing all that means that whatever they are doing, for example, if a local government is constructing a road, they engage the people in the locality, to work on the sites, to work on the roads and all of that. If a local government is building schools, for example, the local government engages artisans within the locality to do all of that. If a local government is also building primary health care centers across its locality, what it means is that it engages people within that locality, to build and do all of that. If the local government is empowering people, they are empowering people within their locality, to get better in their businesses, to boost their businesses and all of that. By the time you put all of these things together, what it means is that the economy of that locality is being stimulated, the economy of that locality is being boosted and all of that. So it infers that at the end of the day, the businesses in the locality, and put all of this together, if all of this is done across the 774 local government, it means that the economy of the country will drastically improve. And by that time, at the end of the day, you have the economy of the country being improved upon.
Okay, yeah, and that's the whole aim of this financial autonomy.
Yes, exactly.
The entire economy. So now, what do you think? What role can the federal government play to support local governments in this financial autonomy? Yes, we know there's a Supreme Court decision.
Yes.
How can they support them further?
Well, further means that, what we have presently, as at this morning, is that what we have is the judgment of the Supreme Court. The implementation has actually not started. Like I said earlier in my opening speech, that the federal government already constituted a 10-man committee to ensure the implementation and the kickoff of this financial autonomy, LGA financial autonomy. What they can do further is to also ensure that, this is implemented. The kickoff starts in earnest. Also, the federal government, whether through EFCC or ICPC, should also monitor how all these monies are being judiciously used, not just sending money to them. Don't forget that local government chairman does not have immunity. So what it means is that at any point in time, if any local government chairman is found culpable of not using the money for what it is expected to be used for, they can be probed. I think the federal government needs to put some mechanism in place to ensure that they monitor, they supervise at every time, at every point in time, how these monies is being judiciously used. Human beings can be funny at times, and so by the time this money is being supervised, we will have this economy stimulation that we are talking about. But if it is not, it is actually not automatic. When we say that this money now, local government now have more money, some of these council bosses can use this money for what it is not intended for. And this is where the federal government comes in by putting in place some anti-graft agency, even if it is possible to create a separate, anti-graft agency to monitor and to supervise how all this money are being used. Another angle is that I will encourage the federal government or advise the federal government to ensure that every month money is being sent to local government is being published, so that the people, the citizens within the local government can know how much their local government is receiving every month. This will help the masses. This will help the people to ask for accountability. You receive so amount from January to June. How have you been able to spend these monies? These are the questions. What, in a situation where the citizen doesn't know how much is coming to the local government, it will be very hard to ask questions. But by the time everybody knows, all these monies are being published every month. We have sent so amount to your local government chairman. Ask them questions. And these are the roles I feel the federal government can also play going forward.
Thank you for that, Mr. Oni. Yes, well said. Yes, Mr. Kabira. Yes, we've heard what our guest in the studio has said, Mr. Oni. So now looking at this whole thing, it requires the local government chairman to be financially accountable to citizens. So with this decision, when it is fully implemented, now how can these people, the local government chairman, demonstrate more accountability to citizens in their communities?
I think the man at the studio has said it all. To display accountability is to make sure that you publish both revenue and expenditure and show it to the people. That is one. The second thing is that for every project that have been deemed to have been completed, we have to be seen to be completed. And I think what they should do to make sure that they are open for every project on the day of dedication. Everybody has to be there to say that this is exactly what the money was made for, and this is actually what is done. By publishing, this is how much that we have got, this is how much we have spent, and the people can have that liberty to go and verify. Like our man will go and say, go and verify. If you said that you construct a bridge in one local government, then the people can actually go and verify. And because it was undertaken by the local, by the engineers within the locality, they can go and verify from their office if actually what you claim, the amount that you claim that you use, is actually that the amount that was spent. I think by that, if they can be held accountable, they can be held responsible. And meanwhile, it's not only the chairman that is in the local government. We have councillors who have portfolios. I think those councillors will have to also be responsible first to the chairman. So that publicity, be transparent, will bring them to accountability. They will also know that there is no more idle place. That for everything, for every expenditure that they undertake, it must have to be explained. The era of pointing to the state government as the reason why one thing or the other is not done is past. So I think that is how they could be held responsible.
Okay, thank you very much, Kabira Aruna, for sharing your insights on this discussion on how financial autonomy for local government areas all over the country will definitely benefit our country and also promote a lot of economic growth, especially at the grassroots level. I want to thank my guests, Mr. Kabira Aruna, Mr. Fagbemi, and Mr. Oni Olalekon for joining us this morning on Market Insights as we discuss these issues. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you for having me once again.
Yes.
It's a pleasure being here.
Now let's look at the money markets this morning. How the naira is faring, selling the dollars, how the dollars are selling, how the pound sterling is selling, how the euro is selling. So for today, Thursday, 29th August, at the Central Bank of Nigeria, where the dollar is currently selling at 1,525 naira to $1, and at the parallel market, it's selling for 1,597 naira to $1. Now, for the pound sterling, the CBN rate is 2,045 naira to $1. to £1 and at the parallel market it's 2,095 naira to £1 For the euro, it's 1,726 naira to €1. That's the CBN rate, and at the parallel market rate, it's 1,769 naira to €1. So those are our money market figures this morning. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights as we discussed how this is going to be a new beginning for local governance in Nigeria, the promise of financial autonomy and what it stands to. We all stand to gain with this financial autonomy for everybody and the development it will bring across communities, especially to promoting business, to improving agriculture, to putting up more basic infrastructure in our communities. Many thanks for watching the program Market Insights as we discuss these issues. I also want to thank our guests for joining us this morning. I am your host, Lovina Emma. Do stay tuned to the news update on SOUQ News Television.
Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
government should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. No elected official should take the oath of office until tribunals decide all petitions. This is the position of the Justices of the Court of Appeal and other judicial officers who participated at a workshop to review the performance of the judiciary in the last pre-election litigation season. Adding this, he added, required robust legal frameworks, effective enforcement mechanisms, and a commitment to inclusive electoral practices by all. He tasked the civil society, media, political parties, and others with the responsibility of embarking on massive sensitization of the public on the rudiments of the electoral law. Reacting to the recommendations, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Chief Mike Ezekome, said he agreed with many of the recommendations because they aimed at enhancing the efficiency, fairness, and transparency of what he called the warped electoral process in the country. However, he held a different view on some of these recommendations, especially that we said that the Court of Appeal should be the final arbiter in governorship election. This, he said, cannot fly. Chief Ezekome described as salutary and commendable the recommendation that election disputes should be concluded before swearing in. Another senior advocate of Nigeria, Joseph Nwobike, said he completely agreed with the proposals, particularly the suggestion that all litigations should end conclusively before the winner are sworn in into the electoral offices. He added that the suggestions coming from the judges themselves was a welcome development will advance the core values of democracy in Nigeria. Mr. Nwobike believed that if the proposed amendments are made to the existing provisions of the Constitution, all the parties concerned, including INEC, will align themselves to the law and that Nigeria will be better for it. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hearts of Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome to the news at midday on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. Nigeria's oil sector is experiencing a boost with Brass River, Bonny Light and Kwaibo crude oil prices surpassing the current Brent contracts due supply concerns and a smaller than expected draw in the U.S. crude oil inventories. This has led to increased demand expectations. The Nigerian economy has been buoyed by improved fundamentals in the oil sector, with increased crude oil production offsetting the negative effects of the Naira's devaluation on non-oil industry growth. The country's GDP grew by 3.19% annually in the second quarter, up from 2.98% in the previous quarter. The federal government aims for an economic growth rate of 3% this year and a return to 6% in the coming years, driven by increased production and foreign investment. The NNPC targets daily oil production of 2 million barrels per day by the end of the year. Support from oil and gas marketers for the government's economic reforms and efforts to address smuggling and other challenges is also positive for the sector. Nigeria and Benin Republic have taken significant steps towards strengthening economic ties with the opening of the Samia Dry Port Trade Office in Kano. The new office aims to enhance trade facilitation, boost regional trade, and promote economic integration between the two nations. The commissioning of the office marks a crucial step towards the reopening of the Segbana-Samia border in Kebbi State, which will focus on logistics, security measures, and economic impact. The establishment of the trade office in Kano, a major commercial hub, underscores the importance of streamlining business processes in the region. The Nigerian Customs Service and the Customs Authority of Benin Republic have commended the presidents of both countries for their commitment to strengthening trade and economic relations. The new office will support and facilitate the ease of doing business, promote trade agreements, and establish new business relationships between Kano State and Cotonou businessmen for mutual economic benefits. The price of silver has risen to nearly $29.45, driven by geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and a weaker US dollar. The expected Federal Reserve rate cut in September has put pressure on the US dollar, making silver cheaper for buyers. Futures markets have fully priced in 25 basis points rate cut with 36.5% chance of a deeper cut. The ongoing tensions in the Middle East, particularly between Israel and Hezbollah, may further boost silver prices if they escalate. However, a stronger US dollar could potentially drag silver prices down. Upcoming economic data releases, including the US GDP annualized and the PCE price index, may provide insight into the US interest rate path. The US economy is expected to grow by 2.8% in the second quarter, with core PCE inflation projected to rise to 2.7% year-on-year in July. The New Zealand dollar pair has surged to its highest level since January 4, reaching 0.6280, driven by increasing expectations for a Federal Reserve rate cut and a strong New Zealand ANZ Business Outlook survey. The survey showed a significant boost in business confidence, with the headline inflation rising to 51.0 in August, the highest level in a decade. The upbeat survey results, combined with dovish commitments from federal officials, have bolstered the New Zealand dollar against the US dollar. The federal chair, Jerome Powell, and other officials have hinted at a potential rate cut, which could weaken the US dollar. The pair's momentum may be influenced by the upcoming US second quarter GDP growth numbers, with a stronger than expected outcome potentially lifting the US dollar and capping the New Zealand dollar and US dollars upside. However, the current trend suggests a positive outlook for the New Zealand dollar and US dollar pair. With that, we conclude our news at 12. As the week runs out, remember to stay committed to making a positive difference in your communities. Thank you for joining us. I am Lovina Emma.
I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to 2 commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the 2 commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at the Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Radar Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Obenko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyeko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yeah, you're right. I'm an Omoyeko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we will put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawadin Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then, and this man she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. So shortly after that, he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people don't do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. is coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th, 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was a West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first body of Maroko. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of they, the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been growing ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. You don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan. And say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land. Now, as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation spots. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He is my tenant, let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it didn't erase off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Malbo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
There's this advocacy in supporters that traditional rulers should be ascribed in the constitutional role.
I fully support. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is the person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, we should be focused upon. Nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you will have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
Correct. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked me? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering Tottenham Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifo. I said, look, Egmon, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is either you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government. I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of children of Israel then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifo should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with children of Israel anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifo to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show you become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifo became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to the office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started by working the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, what we'd like you to do is shout out to our nation. The format is you introduce yourself and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. The Valley of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should not say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria.
Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the events together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing that I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship with the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, that's the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church, generally our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with her God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been her hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes our way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, the way the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our past crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Enauros, Michael Enauro, was a was an Obo St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Mary's College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julina Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters, and they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And only child college, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with our winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and our coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director of Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and save humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster par excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. And obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Julie Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Judy Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And Auntie Judy Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endure ourselves to the vast majority of the nation or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Judy Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Judy Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Judy Coker.
Auntie Judy Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song A Rayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son Richard Coker Enahoro, and it's run by herself and my brother Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation, and they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background, and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adoke Epega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she worked with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Danjuma, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do, in finality of this discussion, is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, our influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, you know, we have Davido Yelowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young, we were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Coker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities in around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She she's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So, usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home. you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. That's it used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. You know, in the then Bender State, you know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in you know, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, you know, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one that succeeded FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know, went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, and of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I also reread that work again when I was doing writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode, and the so-called the Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one that I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Frederick Engels. If you read the dialectics of nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-During, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-During will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekpo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union. I brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timmy Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyaze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my result was, when it was eventually released, you know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We redeployed back, you know, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, you know, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, you know, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. You know, so I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. You know, I was editing that for a time, and in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. You know, I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison. So we were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, you know, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, you know, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, you know. Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokwe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So From there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you will discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, SOUQ was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfemu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitutional making, you have what we call there's what we call people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down the constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are largely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, you know, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. You know, creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, you know, more powers should be devolved, you know, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. You know, electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. You know, and which other one? Railway is now concurrent. You know, so for me, that's some, you know, some gains of the long-term agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. You know, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, you know, system, the polity. You know, therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, you know, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, you know, should exercise some measure of autonomy, you know, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, I mean, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, you know. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, you know, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, you know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, you know, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are, is it the third or second schedule of the constitution? They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, you know, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, you know. Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, you know, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, you know, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. You know, the question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, you know, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, you know, areas. Lagos has, you know, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the central, from the federation account. So you can see obviously there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. They had. State had. Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today. They had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government as the case may be, but creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick. They were real scholars and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance. Governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire is key. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS) corridors have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amatu, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the port. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Post Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which was also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to the to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Holy Olasokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty, there was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majakodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. My family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So gets someone, to prepare. There was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much.
The federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Board of Technical Education, (NBTE), and stakeholders in the polytechnics sector are finally on the same page about the need for a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnic education. Despite being established to produce middle-level manpower for the country, the polytechnics remain the tertiary institutions in the country regulated by a board and not a commission. In today's news talk, I shall be examining moves to give legal backing to the clamor for a National Polytechnics Commission. I am Bayo Olawi. The battle for the establishment of a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnics and monotechnics education in the country dates back to the 1990s, when some polytechnic workers, under the auspices of the Polytechnic Lecturers Association of Nigeria, Polycat, and the National Association of Polytechnic Students, NAPCS, started a struggle for a separate commission to regulate polytechnic education. The argument then was the differences in focus and philosophy between polytechnics and universities. Incidentally, the polytechnics appear to be the only arm of the education sector without a dedicated commission, while the universities are regulated by the National Universities Commission, the colleges of education, the primary schools, the secondary schools, nomadic education, adult and non-formal education, and until recently, Al-Majari and out-of-school children have dedicated commissions regulating their activities. The need for the commission later gained momentum with the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics and Alumni Association of Polytechnics joining the fray. Arising from pressure, the federal government set up a committee in 2010 to review the mandates of the National Board for Technical Education, (NBTE), and consider the possibility of the establishment of a separate commission for polytechnics. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, however, took the demand for a commission to the next level in 2015 when they embarked on a strike demanding, among others, the establishment of the commission. The strike, which lasted for several weeks, was suspended after the government agreed to address the issues. But it was not until 2017 that it eventually announced plans to establish a National Polytechnics Commission, but the process was delayed due to various factors. The regulation of polytechnics in the country is currently undertaken by the National Board for Technical Education, (NBTE), alongside other vocational training institutions. While the NBTE says it is currently supervising 700 institutions, ASUP said the body is currently supervising over 900 of such institutions and is therefore overburdened. The role of the NBTE, which is currently playing the role expected of the Polytechnics Commission, also covered all technical and vocational institutions offering both tertiary and sub-tertiary educational services. They include polytechnics, colleges of agriculture, colleges of health sciences and technology, colleges of nursing and midwifery, specialized institutions, monotechnics, innovation enterprise institutions, vocational enterprise institutions, and technical colleges. A lawmaker, Fred Agbedi, PDP Bayelsa, introduced a bill to establish a National Polytechnics Regulatory Commission into the 8th Assembly, 2015 to 2019. But just as the government's action remained a promise, the bill never went beyond first reading. Just as the agitation continued into the 9th Assembly 2019 to 2023, with stakeholders arguing that a separate commission will address the unique challenges facing polytechnic education in Nigeria. Honorable Agbedi again reintroduced the bill, which did not also go beyond the first reading. Also, the same bill introduced by Farah Dagogo into the 9th Assembly also did not go beyond the first reading, thereby stalling the idea. Historically, there has been serious opposition to the establishment of a National Polytechnics Commission. Some of those who opposed the idea, including some other regulatory bodies in the education sector and academic staff, believe that having a separate commission for polytechnic education will lead to duplication of efforts and create unnecessary bureaucracy. Some others expressed concern that a separate commission for polytechnics will undermine the university system and create a parallel education system. Incidentally, some officials of the Federal Ministry of Education have also argued that the existing MBTE was sufficient to regulate polytechnic education. The Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Education, Sani Gwazo, spoke of the decision of government to establish the commission, saying that it was long overdue as it would take over proper regulations of the sector. Gwazo, who commended the House of Assembly for initiating the bill, said ordinarily the proposed ministry, adding that apart from coming at the right time, the commission when established will bring the polytechnics in conformity with their counterparts in other parts of the world. He said that the ministry will support every move aimed at putting in place a standard commission that will ensure standards, assuring that the ministry was ready to offer any assistance needed to ensure quick passage of the bill and establishment of the commission. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, said that the National Polytechnic Commission will serve as a regulatory body that ensured standards were upheld across polytechnics nationwide. The Speaker said the initiative was aimed not only to enhance their education but also to promote uniformity and excellence within the polytechnic system, adding that by doing so, we could ensure that graduates from these institutions are well prepared to meet the demands of industry and contribute meaningfully to the nation's economy. I am Bayo Olaoye. Why are federal lawmakers afraid of revealing details of their salaries and emoluments, despite public outcry and the concerns of well-meaning Nigerians? Why the secrecy? Are the lawmakers a special breed of Nigerians? The debate on the salaries of federal lawmakers has begun again, and in today's news talk on making salaries of federal lawmakers open, I shall be laying the cards on the table in looking at the demerits of this attitude of the lawmakers to shroud their salaries and emoluments in secrecy from the public. I am Bayo Olaoye. It took Senator Sumaila Kawu to bring to the fore once again the controversy over what federal lawmakers actually earn. According to Senator Sumaila Kawu, he is paid a monthly salary of about 1 million naira, but a running cost of 21 million naira, which is meant to ensure that he adequately represents his constituency. This is not a new debate. The lawmakers are either afraid of declaring what they take from the federal coffers because it is out of tune with the pay structure, or because they know that it is an illegality. It is absurd. Continuously been brought up since the return to civil rule in 1999. The closest we got to knowing the truth was when Senator Shehu Sani, who represented Kaduna in the 8th Assembly, disclosed that he was being paid 1.3 million naira monthly. He was heavily lambasted by his colleagues for exposing their well-guarded secret, and luckily he escaped suspension. However, they came out one after the other to deny the story. Senator Shehu Sani has again come out after the declaration of Senator Kawu to claim that he had been vindicated. The latest and present disclosure has been similarly disclaimed by the colleagues of Senator Kawu using propaganda, subterfuge, and blackmail. It is surprising that a sector of public officers will want to keep their income, the whole salaries and emoluments, from the public. The whole impasse invited the interventions of the Federal Allocation, Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, FMARC, that said each senator receives 1.6 million naira statutory salaries and allowances monthly, payments that are not be determined. The question is, who fixes the irregular pays? Do they have the right to just allocate public funds to themselves? Why is the executive not doing anything about it? This is one matter, according to legal experts who spoke with me, that must be resolved by the judiciary. On the basis of logistics and ethics, no group of public officers has the right to go outside the Constitution in allocating money to itself. It is true that the lawmakers are vested with the power of appropriation, but that is because the drafters of the Constitution assume that they will be decent enough to do so in the open and allow other agencies of government to play their roles. The Federal Allocation, Mobilization and Fiscal Commission is empowered by the Constitution to fix all salaries and emoluments of all public officers. The argument that the lawmakers need money to run their offices falls flat in the face of current realities and the fact that details of the allowances incorporated into the remuneration has already factored it in. Is it too meager? So much that they require much money? Perhaps, but that will not justify them taking the laws into their hands. What is expected of them is to hold a public hearing at which several segments of the society will participate in scaling up the pay package. Minimum wage is due. There is a process that lawmakers also have to pass through to arrive at the law. We expect the legislators to come out with the whole truth regarding their pays, liaise with the FMARC to realistically review it downwards, as this economy cannot bear the load imposed on it. What Nigeria needs now are patriotic lawmakers ready to sacrifice, not parasitic elements with a sense of entitlement. There was a time when the job was done on a part-time basis. In fact, in the First Republic, federal lawmakers held on to their personal jobs as lawyers, accountants, doctors, engineers, and so on, and only converged on Lagos for a short time to deliberate on developments. They were only paid sitting allowances. Perhaps the time has come to revisit the model. The suggestion of limiting the federal legislature to a unicameral system should now be revisited too. In the American model, is the American model truly too expensive for Nigeria at this point? Should we discard it? As the Constitution is now being reviewed for amendment, we suggest that everything regarding structure and cost of governance be brought up. Nigeria is bleeding, and all Nigerians should get involved in stopping the hemorrhage. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the life we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Glad you can join us on SOUQ News Television. Here are the details of the news. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, and former Ghanaian President John Mahama emphasized the need for a new mindset to drive change. This demand was made at the 64th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association. The federal government has urged the National Association of Resident Doctors to end their 7-day warning strike in a bid to rescue their kidnapped colleague, Dr. Ganiat Popola. Minister of State for Health, Dr. Tunji Alasa, made this appeal during a visit to the National Eye Center in Kaduna, emphasizing that the strike could worsen the situation. Dr. Alasa assured that negotiations are ongoing as work is diligently also in process to secure Popola's release. He highlighted that recent communication with the National Security Advisor and the Commissioner of Police has indicated that Popola is alive and efforts have been intensified to bring her back safely. Nigeria and Germany are set to surpass $500 million in energy deals in 2024, building on last year's successful renewable energy and gas exports agreement. At a press briefing, Word Burner, Platforms General of Germany in Lagos, announced that 2 major energy deals will be signed at the upcoming 11th German-Nigerian Business Forum on the 7th of October 2024, followed by the 12th West African Clean Energy and Environment Exhibition and Conference on the 8th and 9th of October. Germany is also committed to expanding its investment in Nigeria, with over 90 active German companies already operating in the country. The upcoming business forum, supported by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, aims to see Nigerian-German partnership across various sectors, including energy, agribusiness, and vocational education. Nigeria's crude oil prices, including Brass River, Bonny Light, and Kwaibo, have gone up past the Brent crude benchmark, reflecting global supply concerns. Brass River and Kwaibo were trading at about $81.60 per barrel on Tuesday, surpassing Brent crude, which was around $78 per barrel. This price hike is driven by supply disruptions in Libya and a smaller than expected decline in U.S. crude oil inventories, leading to lower demand expectations. The global oil market remains volatile, with Brent crude losing over 1% on Wednesday after U.S. inventories dropped by 846,000 barrels. Nigeria's oil sector, however, shows resilience, with Bonny Light also recording gains amid international uncertainties. These developments come as Nigeria strives to meet its OPEC production targets, with expectations of increasing oil output to nearly 2 million barrels per day by the end of the year. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the relaunch of the Ounje Eco-Food Discount Market, with a 25% price reduction set to return on Sunday. This initiative, which was initially launched in March 2024, aims to alleviate the burden of rising food prices on Lagos residents. Abisola Olusanya, Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, announced this development at Alausa, Ikeja, emphasizing the governor's commitment to supporting citizens through impactful structure across Lagos, offering essential food items at discounted rates. However, prices vary depending on the location due to differences in baseline market rates. For instance, while a 5 kg bag of gari may cost 3,750 naira in Ikorodu after positive, it might be sold for 3,000 on Lagos Island, reflecting local price variations. Nigeria's money supply rises to an all-time high of 106.27 trillion naira in July 2024, reflecting robust economic activity. This represents a significant 62.66% increase from 65.33 trillion naira in July 2023. The Central Bank of Nigeria has actively managed this growth by raising the monetary policy rate to 26.75% in July 2024, supporting a stable financial environment. Additionally, credit to the private sector grew to 75.48 trillion naira, a 33.69% rise from the previous year, indicating strong business confidence and ongoing investment. The CBN's planned issuance of 2.20 trillion in treasury bills by Q4 2024 further underlines its commitment to maintaining economic momentum with managing inflationary pressures. Nyesom Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, stated that the Abuja Industrial Park, under development by Zepesid Group in the Edo Industrial Zone, is set to generate 40,000 jobs and significantly enhance Nigeria's economy, according to reports. During his visit to the site on Wednesday, Wike expressed his admiration for the progress made, describing the project as a wonderland and pledging to personally brief President Bola Tinubu on its potential impact. Wike praised the Zepesid Group for maintaining high standards on the project, which includes the production of goods like polypropylene pipes and sandwich insulation roofing sheets, all branded as made in Nigeria. He assured continued support from the FCT administration, including the expansion of the access road to the park, and emphasized the importance of local production in driving economic growth. The park, spanning 250 hectares, currently houses 208 workshops and is designed to support small and medium-scale industries. The Association of Local Governments of Nigeria, ALGON, has partnered with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to promote transparency, accountability, and due process in procurement and financial spending across the 774 local government areas. This collaboration aims to enhance the capacity of local government officials and ensure effective service delivery to Nigerians. The partnership is one of the 7 key resolutions reached during ALGON's 49th National Executive Council meeting, which focused on positioning the association to better serve Nigerians. Other resolutions include capacity building, stakeholders engagement, advocacy, and partnerships, as well as the implementation of the Supreme Court judgment on the local government financial autonomy. ALGON is committed to advancing the interests of local government councils and enhancing service delivery to all Nigerian residents. The association is also working to complete primary health care from center projects across the country and is engaging with key ministries and agencies to promote robust local government administration. We'll take a moment, and when we return, stories from across Africa.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such
an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Glad to know you're still tuning to the news on the hour on SOUQ News Television. News from Africa. Cameroon's Cocoa and Coffee Association has taken a significant step towards ensuring compliance with the EU's impending regulation on deforestation-free products. The association has signed the agreement with 6 cocoa exporters to launch a traceability platform form, which will provide location data for plantations, enabling EU buyers to verify that products were not produced on deforested or degraded land. This initiative is a collaborative effort between the private sector and the government aimed at promoting sustainable cocoa production and maintaining access to the EU market, which accounts for 80% of Cameroon's cocoa exports. The platform will utilize existing geo-reference data from industry operators to anonymously provide coordinates of cocoa farms. Officials are optimistic about meeting the EU's traceability requirement, with 80% of Cameroon's cocoa output already compliant. The initiative is seen as a positive step towards protecting the interests of buyers, small exporters, and the country as a whole, while promoting sustainable cocoa production and trade practices. Amalgamated Banks of South Africa has revised its 2024 and 2025 economic growth forecasts for South Africa, citing improvements in electricity supply and anticipated structural reforms. The bank's senior economist, Melanie Malweke, highlighted that a faster stabilization of the electricity supply, coupled with slowing consumer inflation and supportive measures from the government of national unity, has led to a more positive outlook. ABSA now projects a 1.1% growth for 2024, up from 0.9% and 2.0% growth from 2025, revised from 1.7%. The updated forecast reflects a better-than-expected recovery in economic activity and a forecasted decline in inflation. ABSA anticipates interest rate cuts in response to lower inflation, potentially bringing the rate to 7.5% by next year. However, risks remain, including potential challenges in implementing reforms and uncertainties in the agricultural sector. Despite these concerns, ABSA remains optimistic about GNU's commitment to ongoing economic reforms and infrastructural improvement. Impact Platinum Holdings Limited reported a significant fiscal year loss following a drastic drop in metal prices. The South African miner Impala posted a $17.3 billion, $1.1 billion loss for the year ending in June, reversing the previous year's 1.9 billion rand profit. This downturn came after Impala took a substantial 19.8 billion rand charge related to impairments predominantly affecting its Rustenburg operations. The company's earnings were hit hard by a 33% average drop in platinum group metal prices, including a 39% fall in palladium and a 63% decrease in rhodium. South Africa's largest platinum producer has been responding to the low prices by reducing its workforce by nearly 4,000 employees and fast-tracking the closure of a Canadian palladium mine. Impala is also exploring alternative use for these metals as electric vehicles adoption reduces demand in the auto sector. Despite increasing PGM production by 13% to 3.65 million ounces, low metal prices severely impacted over financial performance, with headline earnings falling 87% to 2.3 billion rand. Moving on, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is on a 3-day tour of West Africa to address irregular migration. He visited Mauritania, Gambia, and is currently in Senegal, where he announced a new strategy for Spain's relations with Africa, prioritizing West Africa and the Sahel. Sanchez emphasized the importance of regular migration, stating it opens avenues for prosperity and development. He also stressed security as a top priority, committing to strengthen bilateral relations with the region. Spain will expand its secular migration program and renew security cooperation to combat people smuggling and trafficking. The visit comes as the Canary Islands face a surge in irregular arrivals, with over 22,000 people disembarking since January. Sanchez's tour aims to address the complex context of migration, including refugees fleeing violence in Mali and youth seeking better job opportunities. The Spanish government is committed to finding solutions to support both the countries of origin and the host countries. We'll now shift our attention to stories emanating from the Middle East. Welcome back. The United Arab Emirates is poised to lead the AI revolution in the Middle East with a goal to achieve a quantum leap in economic growth by 2050. The nation is investing heavily in AI, with Sharjah dedicating 35% of its budget to attract foreign direct investment in AI and deep tech. The UAE aims to establish itself as a hub for AI innovation, partnering with emerging AI hubs like India and China. The integration of AI in manufacturing and automation also presents a significant opportunity for growth. The upcoming Sharjah Investment Forum will bring together over 2,000 delegates to discuss the impact of AI on economic activity and the future of work. With a focus on practical strategies for harnessing deep tech, SIF 2024 aims to drive commercialization, competitiveness, and address global challenges. The UAE's investment in innovation, including a $3 billion this year, positions the nation for futuristic vision for smart economies. Gold prices surged in Dubai's early trade on Thursday, with 24-karat gold jumping to 1 dirham per gram, from 1 dirham per gram to 304 dirhams, Other variants, 22 karat gold, 21 karat and 18 karat traded at 282 dirhams, 273 dirhams and 234 dirhams per gram respectively. Globally, gold prices rose by 0.3% to $2,515.45 per ounce. According to market analyst Milad Azhar, gold prices eased on Wednesday due to cautious investors, a sentiment which showed ahead of the Federal Reserve's interest rate cut. A slight recovery in the dollar added pressure on gold prices, with traders pricing in a 63.5% probability of a 25 basis point cut. Azhar expects gold to experience volatility this week as investors digest economic data, including the U.S. Gross Domestic Product and PCE price index. However, he believes macroeconomic and geopolitical factors, including Middle East tensions, will support gold prices. Investors await further confirmation to drive gold's momentum. We'll now bring you stories from the foreign scene. Stay tuned. Glad to know you're still tuned into News on the Hour. The Indian rupee edged up against the UAE dirham on Thursday, trading at 22.86239 at 9:22 a.m. United Arab Emirates time. This minor gain was supported by stronger Asian currencies and anticipated MSCI-related inflows. The rupee had previously traded at 22.87534 in the previous session. The Indian rupee's strengthening is expected to be temporary, with equity inflows providing only brief relief. According to a currency trader, the rupee will take it considering the extent of difficulty it has faced. The currency's annualized realized volatility in less than 2%, indicating a narrow range. Key data points on the U.S. labor market as is expected in the coming days, with next Friday's U.S. jobs data being crucial for the dollar and rupee. A weak job report may prompt the Federal Reserve to cut rates by 50 basis points to next month. Federal Chair Jerome Powell has emphasized the importance of a strong labor market, making this data a significant event for the dollar and rupee. Heavy rainfall in western India's Gujarat state has led to flooding in coastal cities, with thousands evacuated and relief efforts underway. The Indian Army is assisting in the rescue operations, and authorities are working to restore electricity and provide aid to those affected. Despite the challenges, refineries in the region, including the world's largest oil refinery complex, remain operational. Meteorologists predict a cyclonic storm to develop by Friday, but it's expected to move away from the Indian coast over the next 2 days. Neighboring Pakistan has also issued warnings for fishermen and is preparing for potential flash floods in the southern province of Sindh. The situation is being closely monitored, and authorities are taking proactive measures to mitigate the impact of the heavy rainfall. The focus is on rescue efforts, providing aid, and restoring essential services to those affected. Japan is urging around 4 million people to evacuate as Typhoon Shanshan hits southern Japan. The typhoon is bringing strong winds, heavy rain, and storm surges to Kyushu Island. Authorities have issued a rare emergency warning, cautioning about a life-threatening situation in some areas. The slow-moving storm has caused a record rainfall, with totals expected to reach up to 1 meter, about 40 inches in some areas. It has also led to power outages, flight cancellations, and factory closures. Gold is recovering, regaining $2,500, driven by a broad risk aversion and a shift in focus to U.S. economic data releases. A second estimate of U.S. Q2 GDP and pending home sales data may impact gold prices along NVIDIA's earnings report and hawkish comments from Atlanta Federal President Raphael Bostic. Despite disappointing sales forecasts, NVIDIA's revenue growth and buyback announcement have contributed to risk of flows. Bostic's comments have had little impact on the market pricing of the Federal's interest rate outlook, supporting gold's rebound. A U.S. dollar retreat and declining U.S. Treasury bond yields also favor gold prices. The technical outlook suggests a fresh push higher with a symmetrical triangle resistance turn support at $2,469 and a 14-day RSI, including room for upside. Gold buyers target the record high of $2,532 and the $2,550 level, with potential challenges to $2,600 and the triangle target at $2,660. Still talking money, the Euro-US dollar currency pair has extended its correction, sliding below 1.1100 due to increasing bets on an upcoming interest rate cut by the European Central Bank. Preliminary inflation data from Spain and Germany showed continued abatement of price pressures in August. The US dollar has strengthened, with the US dollar index rising to near 101.30 as investors turn risk averse ahead of the US Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index data, which was released in July. The data is expected to influence market speculation on likely size of Federal Reserve interest rate cuts in September. Investors are focusing on the revised estimates of Q2 gross domestic product and initial jobless claims data, as well as the preliminary August inflation data for Germany. The ECB is expected to deliver an interest rate cut in September, with some policymakers comfortable with further rate cuts this year. The pound sterling has retreated to nearly 1.3200 against the US dollar as the dollar extends its recovery mode. Despite this, the US dollar is expected to struggle to hold its recent rebound as the Federal Reserve is likely to begin reducing interest rates in September. Federal Chair Jerome Powell's dovish commentary at the Jackson Hole Symposium has driven speculation for a rate cut. With markets split between 25 or 50 basis points reduction, the UK economic calendar is empty. Investors await U.S. data, including the Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index report and Q2 gross domestic product data. The pound sterling remains broadly firm as the Bank of England is expected to follow a gradual policy easing cycle. BOE Governor Andrew Bailey has signaled a cautious approach to the interest rate cuts, citing smaller than expected second-round effect of inflationary pressures. Markets expect the BOE to cut its borrowing rates one more time this year, guiding the pound sterling's movement and the absence of top-tier economic data. Thank you for watching. That's the size of our bulletin. Don't forget to follow us on our various social media platforms for more engaging programs and more news bulletins. My name is Temple Barra. On behalf of the news producers and MCRL crew members, good afternoon.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, a Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD, Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents.
I think for me, Oyeyimika Adeboye, as she's fondly called, is a quintessential lady who has a distinguished career in accounting and financial services. Her career trajectory started in the United Kingdom before returning home to join the popular Arthur Andersen, which was like a grooming ground for most professional accountants of her time, before her sojourn into Nigerian Bottling Company, NBC, where he had a distinguished career and he rose to the position of a finance director. That in itself shows that she's a career woman who had distinguished herself in financial services, particularly accounting. Thereafter, he moved into Cadbury as direct finance director after the issue that Cadbury had, particularly in terms of the stock issues that Cadbury had. They were able to re-engineer that process to bring Cadbury to the position of profitability.
Oyeyimika Adeboye, even though a woman in many parts, has, as the most visible, her position as the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Yimka financial acumen stood her out, and she became the first female managing director of Cadbury Nigerian PLC after 50 years of its operation in Nigeria.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Ms. Aoshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly, that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyimika's character and decision-making.
So in summary, we can say Yimka, as an individual, as a corporate person, has distinguished herself, and what is most important and very strategic is that our silver spoon background did not affect our career trajectory. And I think we have some lessons to learn in terms of our focus, entrepreneurship, and financial craftsmanship that has pulled her to the top of our career. And I salute our financial ingenuity. And as a woman, she'll be an encouragement to other Amazons who want to distinguish themselves wherever field they find themselves.
The journey of Oyeyimika exemplifies dedication, talent, and importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your inside track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well,
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and if possible exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse, and you know we are live on SOUQ News. Here it's all about positive programming. So it doesn't matter the negativity that has hit you all week down to this particular day. We'll tell you, hey, come to SOUQ News and detox. Now you're wondering, what am I talking about? Hey, every time you open up your social media handles, those television stations, I know what you get to hear is this bad, that bad, government A, government B, business D, business C. We tell you in all this, what can we take out of it? What can we use and see businesses getting better? Now in all the chaos, that is where opportunities are. That is where the solutions are. And if you can provide that particular solution, then you are in business. Then you say, yes, SOUQ News have done something. That is why we are all employed, and that is why we are here. It can't be all about negative narrative. No. Welcome to your show, SOUQ Pulse. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Now, on Monday, we talked about the Dangote refinery. Today, we are going to talk about something very close. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. Today, I'm having two very important guests. One, you've seen the face before. He's not just a policy maker, he's also a public analyst. One with international report. So, hey, we are blessed to have him and keep him. Let me still not let the cat out of the bag. We are going to go on a very short break. I'll get to introduce what we are talking about today because we are going neck deep and also introduce our topics. Remember, it is SOUQ Pulse. We'll tell you, don't keep quiet. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. It's your program. Yes, today we are going back to where we stopped on Monday. It's been a week that has been saddled with a whole lot of controversies. A lot of people talking up, down, center. Some issues we don't really have a grasp on. Some things are just hanging in the air. But remember, here we are all about productivity. So we talk it. We are all about what our business is doing. So we talk it. We are all about getting those policies right. And so we also talk it. So we are looking at that particular saga that has bedeviled us for a while, the Dangote refinery. And we are looking at it from this particular perspective. What exactly are the real issues? How does that particular story, the issues, affect the ordinary person on the street? Some will say it doesn't concern me, it's not my father's money. Are you sure? Some will say, after all, petrol cost is still high. Are you sure? Now let's get to the basics and ask real questions. To do justice to this particular topic for this day, a continuation from Monday, is no other but our own Sam Orovoje. Sir, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse again.
My pleasure, Chooks.
It's always a delight when I have you this way.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, those particular smiles speaks volume.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Also, we have someone that will be joining us virtually. He is an industry player, someone that has been there for well over 25 years, counting up to 30. We have Mr. Edafe, who happens to be, well, he's been in the both upstream and midstream, Mr. Emmanuel Igbini Edafe. He's an expert in the oil sector, and he has joined us virtually. He will throw a whole lot of light from what is happening in his place. Then Mr. Sam will give us a broader perspective on how it is hitting us as a public. So, you're welcome, sir, to SOUQ Pulse. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
This particular connection was made and perfected by our own dear Mr. Sam. So I'll say thank you too very much for making this happen, sir.
A pleasure.
Good. We are looking at the Dangote refinery and we are asking ourselves, what are the real issues? Now, before we head in there, let's just go straight and tell ourselves this out of the way. Is the Dangote refinery a business of national interest? That is where we now say, okay, does it concern me? Does it not concern me? So is that refinery a business of national interest, sir?
From my own understanding, it's a private business, but is of national interest because the products that are rolled out of that refineries will benefit the citizens in the long run. In that regard, therefore, we can consider it as a national asset, even though privately driven, with some inroads of the government in terms of investment. So if you look at the interplay between the end products that is coming from that refineries that are beneficial to citizens, then you can consider it as a national asset, though it's a private enterprise.
National asset, though is a private enterprise. Okay, Mr. Edafe, can I come to you, please? Do you share same views with Mr. Sam on this, that it's could pass as a national interest?
No, with due respect, I don't. It's purely, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Okay. It is purely a private entity, private business. So the whole attempt to make it have that coloration of national interest is unacceptable by me.
Now, the whole is not acceptable. Now, let's move forward. The initiators of this project, be it Dangote and everybody that invested in this, do you think they foresaw these issues coming?
The question you should ask is,
I'm to you right now, where we are right now, the initiators of this particular project, of the refinery, and those that invested in it from the onset, did they see this kind of problems that they are facing right now?
They didn't see, but God is at work.
Okay,
to save
let's hold that particular thought.
And Nigeria.
Sir, let me come to you. Do you think they foresaw these issues right now?
It's difficult, but based on their business viability and what they think the business portend in terms of how viable to the investors, some of those challenges in terms of business sustainability may have taken cognizance of the likelihood that there are likely to be roadblocks in the process. I'm not speaking for Dangote, but as business enterprise, I'm sure they'll be able to factor in some of those challenges upfront, some of those things that are likely to affect the business coming through to its final fruition. But then some, the business scanning model they will have used may not have taken cognizance of some of all the challenges that will play out. But then, as a business venture, I'm sure they will have placed some of the scenarios out of the likelihood of what will happen along the line. But I don't want to be involved in the politics of what is happening currently. But I just want to deal with substantial issues in terms of how businesses are run, what are the elements between the regulator and those who are investors in the marketplace.
Okay, regulators and investors in the marketplace. Good. Now let's come to you, Mr. Edafe. You've been in this sector, you are still in this sector, and now let's come to your experience and ask these particular questions. Let's scratch this particular wound. What exactly, or to your extent of knowledge, what are the issues that are playing out now with the Dangote refinery?
Well, it is clear. Let me repeat myself. The number of times you ask me that question, I will give you the same answer. That the hand of God is at play to save.
What is God doing?
The Federal Republic of Nigeria. God.
The hand of God is at play. What is it doing?
Of course, bringing those who have been exploiting 200 million Nigerians, bringing them together to scatter them. You see, they've been exposing themselves, all the manner of economic crimes they've been committing against the people of this country. I say that over and over, and I challenge Dangote and his colleagues in NEPROC and the rest of them to disprove whatever I'm saying. I'm an engineer by profession, okay? So I'm not a man of God or a preacher. But when you hear me talk about the hand of God, know that it is deliberate. Dangote recently cried out there's a certain cabal in the petroleum industry, and I laughed. Was he not part of the cabal? He has been part of the cabal. The reason they have continued to prevent the 4 refineries belonging to Nigeria from operating and producing is because they had this plan collectively to have their so-called Dangote refinery that will now take everything from the 4 refineries and then focus on the Dangote refinery. And that has been working for them until a few days ago when God just intervened. And now look at them. So Dangote refinery has never been for the overriding interest of Nigerians.
Now, this is a full topic for a 10 paper. So we'll just hold that particular thought at that particular place. Let's go further and still ask. If we look at the Dangote refinery, it's supposed to be a 650,000 barrels per day production plant. The 4 refineries put together, the 2 in Port Harcourt, that in Warri, and the one in Kaduna, is 445,000, which means this is still bigger in production size. At what point in time can we say that we have gotten it wrong? Either for production-wise or as a people in saying, okay, if this is not working, let this work. And not just the cabal issue. Hello, Mr. Edafe, are you still with us?
I am. Are you asking me the question?
To go on that before I come back to Mr. Sam. Now, either as a people or as a business, before we go to NNPC, we have 4 good refineries, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri and Kaduna, produce combined capacity 445,000. Dangote 650,000 barrels per day. Now, as a people, this, however it has happened, whether they are directly responsible and we have tickets to show or not, how can we as a people say, let one work?
Let our refineries work. Let Dangote keep his own refinery.
Okay.
Nigerians have no
stand for
business
let
with Dangote
Dangote keep his refinery to work, or which one?
Yes. Dangote should face his refinery and let Nigerians face our own 4 refinery. The Warri refinery is right behind my house in Warri. And I know what has been happening over the years. Okay? So please, let Nigerians not be made to believe that their hope lies in the so-called Dangote refinery. Please. I hate to hear that. It's an insult on my
Can we go back to now the 4 refineries? It's been over 15 years that budget in, budget out, yet they are not producing. Why?
There's nothing wrong with the refineries. It's the same setting cabal. It didn't start today, that they have been using these refineries under the guise of turnaround maintenance and looting billions of naira from this country. And then they came up again with their so-called subsidy payment. So shut down the refineries and let's start importing fuel where we claim non-existing subsidy on petroleum product. And then they line their pocket and make all the money and fly out of this country and build houses in US, Dubai, buy all manner of things that they can do. It didn't start today. It just as Dangote also came in and saw an opportunity. Remember, there was this news that he wanted to buy the Warri refinery or Port Harcourt refinery, and Yar'Adua refused. Are you aware? Before he now started his own Dangote refinery. And Nigerians were not consulted. A so-called NNPC, managed by a few persons, decided to pump in billions of our naira into that private refinery without consulting Nigeria. And you see how God has exposed them.
Now we are beginning to understand
the Nigerian refineries had no issue. I'm an
and
engineer.
the lane where you go. But we'll still continue this conversation, and we hope you will give us a better understanding as it comes to workings within this particular industry. Mr. Sam, let me come to you. Now, do you see this as a personal issue, interest issue, sabotage issue, or just tussle for power?
I think there are interests based on what we have in the public space. There are core issues between the regulator, those who have investment, Dangote refineries, and all the periphery within that sector in what we have in the public. Therefore, there are core issues that need to be resolved. And thankfully, the National Assembly has set up a joint committee at the National Assembly to deal with the issues, as it were, frontally. So without being preemptive of the core issues of the joint committee of the National Assembly, let's see the outcome of that investigative probe, as they call it, into the issues between Dangote, the regulator, and some other vested interests within that sector. Maybe as we progress, we'll be able to speak to specific issues based on the questioning. There's no doubt in my mind that there are core issues in respect of the current happening between Dangote as a private sector investment and the regulators on the one hand, and Dangote on the other hand. So, but since the National Assembly has instituted a probe panel, let's wait till the outcome of that investigative panel brings his reports.
Okay, now let's look into what Engineer Daffy said. He's still with us. Please don't go anywhere. Now, he brought up this particular notion that there is nothing wrong with the refineries, but they've not been producing.
Well, what we have in the public space is that they've been doing turnaround maintenance. Whether they are producing, whether they are not producing, is the responsibility of the NNPC.
At this rate, who should hold them responsible?
I think the National Assembly should hold them to account,
not
because
the
people have elected them to represent majority of Nigerians in terms of what happens within the country. Therefore, it's important that the National Assembly, with their oversight function, should be able to dig into this matter and see whether the turnaround maintenance, and my dear brother has mentioned the fact that there's nothing wrong with the refineries. So since a technical person, as an engineer, be able to postulate and give us some clear or deep insight into that statement. But what is in the public sphere is that the refineries are not working, and they've been undergoing turnaround maintenance. And in the last 5 years or thereabout, we've been told that in 2 months, 3 months, the refinery will start producing. The various Minister of State for Petroleum, the President has the responsibility for that industry. So those other Minister of State have promised us that the refineries will soon come on stream. But with the benefit of hindsight, those promises has been made in the past. So we don't know how quickly that this can come true.
Now, let's look back at the National Assembly that you're pushing forward. In the last regime, over the years, it's still the National Assembly that has approved the money that were used for this turnaround maintenance. So who should probe who? If I approve money for you to maintain something or purchase something or go into a contract, I think at the end of the year, whether you are retiring or not, I should be able to say, okay, what have you done? Where have you gotten to? If my administration can't finish it, then the next National Assembly should start it.
Yeah, the point here is that we can only speak to some issues that we don't have a deep understanding of the matter at stake. Now, the Joint National Assembly Committee has put up an investigative panel or a pro panel in place where technical people, regulators.
Is the panel for Dangote or for NNPC refineries?
It's for every element that make up that industry.
Okay.
The regulators, midstream, downstream, and possibly some element of the upstream will be involved in that process. They want to look at the various claim and the counter-claim of the regulator and the private sector man, who is Dangote, who has made some claim. So we don't know who, at this point, really, genuinely, to believe until we have the two elements with independent people who are technical in nature in terms of those claims. To what extent are those claims right? Those who are into laboratory services, who are trained in terms of compliance, product compliance, standard specifications, and all that. By the time they are able to come up with their report, we will know the true state of affairs of what is in the public space. Personally, it would be too premature to speak specifically on the issue since it's before the Joint Committee of the National Assembly.
Okay. Engineer Daffy, I hope you're still with us. Let's get back to you. We need your honest opinion on this, your opinion. Now, who stands to gain, who stands to profit when the refineries that happens to be ours, the public refineries are not working, and this that happens to be a private entity refinery, the Dangote refinery, is not working? Who stands to profit? Who stands to gain?
Why did you ask for my honest view? I don't tell lies. Okay. Let me first of all inform Nigerians through this platform, for those who don't know, that I actually advise former President Buhari to be Minister of Petroleum Resources. I also advise President Tinubu to also assume that position. That is to tell you the extent I know about the petroleum industry in Nigeria, the rot inside, the depth of massive fraud, and all manner of ethical practices that have been taking place in the petroleum sector, particularly the upstream, for decades. And one person who worked for one of the leading multinational oil companies, and 24 years ago, I had my employment terminated simply because I raised the alarm of what everybody is seeing today. 24 years ago, and that cost me my job. So when we talk about the petroleum industry, it hurts me so deep. It's an issue I take seriously because the hope of this country lies in the petroleum sector, particularly the upstream. That your naira has become worthless today like a piece of paper is because previous presidents have failed deliberately or otherwise to deal ruthlessly with the petro terrorists in this sector. I say that with all sense of responsibility because their action actually threatens not only the economy of this country, but the national security of this country. It's as serious as that. So it is not a question of, oh, wait for the National Assembly. It is not waiting for the National Assembly because at the end of the day, with due respect to most of them, they are going to invite certain persons who are familiar with them and they go and speak the same grammar and then deceive Nigerians. We know, I know. Quote me. Quote me. Google my name. What is happening today, I repeat, I'm not talking just, look, I studied mechanical engineering, electrical electronics engineering, petroleum engineering, and I worked in the heart of the production department of an upstream company of one of the leading multinational oil companies, or OIC, you call them. Okay? So this thing is so touchy. Let's not trivialize it. Let's not wait for any National Assembly. Nigerians must start shouting. People like us have insisted that no matter the number of times they try to discourage us, we are going to speak up. That a certain protest is on the air or in the air is because the petroleum sector has not been properly managed. And I've asked the President and Commander-in-Chief, being the Minister of Petroleum Resources, to declare full war. These people who are responsible for the sorry state that we have found ourselves in this country are very few. There are some of them are top that within the top management staff, cadre of the IOCs, of the NNPC, now called the so-called NNPCL. They are in the former DPRO, now NUPROC, and then now the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency. And that's why I told you that, look, I'm not joking when I say that God is at work. I'm not joking. Because nobody would have been able to deal with it. Imagine a Dangote coming out to confess that as powerful as he is, he realized suddenly that the cabal in the petroleum sector is more than what he has ever expected in his life. He pointedly accused the IOC, but the question I asked him, there's nothing like IOC. Mention the names of those in the IOC that you know frustrating you. Mention the names of those in NNPC frustrating you. Don't come and tell us NNPC, IOC, and no, call their names. They are individuals. IOCs don't frustrate anybody. It is the employees of is it the MD of Total Energy? Is it the MD of Shell? Is it the exploration manager? Just mention their names. My brother there is talking about, what did he say? A core issue. There are no core issues. There are no core issues. What is going on is that those who have colluded, united to exploit Nigerians have suddenly started disagreeing among themselves. And this is what is happening. And that was why yesterday I wasted no time. I issued a press statement strongly objecting to the intervention of the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Lopobri, that your intervention is unacceptable. Allow these people to confess before Nigeria so that we hear all the atrocities that they have committed against this country. Nobody should intervene, because Ojukwu once said the problem with Nigeria is that we love the unreal and hate the truth. And then when discussions have gotten to the point of threshold of finding the basic truth, people begin to intervene in order to hold the discussion. That is the problem we face in this country. Now God has made them now to have a disagreement. This is the same NNDPRO that gave Dangote waivers. Are you aware? They gave waivers to Dangote to supply polluted diesel to Nigeria. Over 600 ppm was allowed. But this is the same NNDPRO now, within days or weeks, they are now saying, no, we do not agree with you. You see the contradiction. That's why I say that they are not confessing. They are confessing.
Now,
so there are no core issues at all. Don't
because we are going on the break. When we return, we will go deeper into this issue, then ask every single one of us how we are feeling and getting the particular vibes that are coming in out of this particular issues. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse and my name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. We're looking at the NNPC and we are asking what exactly are the real issues that is causing this brouhaha for a while. Now we've had Mr. Sam Oruvoje. He has given us a lot and good wisdom, telling us the issues that affect not just business but public interest and business interest. On the other side, we also have Engineer Emmanuel Edafe. He has come out as an expert to tell us some basic side of his truth, things Nigerians and Nigeria shy away from for a while. But hey, we'll bring it up and we'll still keep it there for everybody to now come up and talk. Remember, this is SOUQ Pulse. We'll tell you wherever you are, talk, argue. As long as you don't throw punches, we are okay with it. As long as you don't go around insulting people or being negative on it, we are okay with it. But let's talk. If we don't talk, then we have a problem. When we start talking, solutions are not far away. If we can't find solutions, then we escalate it. Solutions will come. It's all about productivity. Now we're going back to Engineer Edafe. Hope you're still with us, sir. Now, we spoke, before we went on the break, we spoke about the Dangote issues. Now, let's come down to our own refineries. We have the two in Port Harcourt, we have in Warri, we have in Kaduna. We have monies that have been spent. I 100% refuse to total them. It's very depressing. And I 100% refuse to add up the years. That's more depressing. Who should we hold responsible as a people? Because if there is one thing I can remember here that Mr. Sam have taught me is citizen diplomacy. And we are very far from it. Who should Nigerians start holding responsible? Because if we don't, this will continue. What is happening with these refineries that belong to us is not an NNPC project or NNPC property. It belongs to every Nigerian. Who should we hold responsible for them not producing?
Well, we are now in a democracy, you know, and we have representative at the National Assembly. And by provision of Section 88 and 89, they have the constitutional power to summon the minister, the substantive minister of petroleum resources, to come and give account of what is happening. And that person happened to be the same person who is the president of Nigeria. I hope they find that courage. And this was the same challenge I gave to them during Buhari. I said, Buhari accepted my advice to the Minister of Petroleum Resources. If you are scared of inviting him as Chief President and Commander-in-Chief, invite him as Minister of Petroleum Resources. So that is the challenge. It is the National Assembly that Nigerians should insist to save us from this continued unpatriotic acts. It didn't start today, right from the military. But now we are now in a democracy, so it is the National Assembly that should be held responsible. I hope they find that patriotic courage. They should be the one to summon the Minister of Petroleum Resources, not the Minister of State, please. The Minister of Petroleum Resources. His name is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He should appear before the National Assembly. And people like us, we are ready to come there to ask the question that answers must be provided. You know, look at this country. I have told you, frankly speaking, I don't joke with matters like this. The refinery in Kaduna didn't have problem. Remember, it was the issue of pipeline vandalization. The supply line from Warri to Kaduna was the one we're told was being attacked all the time. And that gradually led to what? The refinery not working. At the time, they even imported heavy crude oil from Venezuela. That crude oil, because Kaduna Refinery Council actually produced bitumen that we need for our asphalt to make, to construct our roads. That is the only refinery. Others don't have that capacity. Now, that kept Kaduna Refinery at that level for years. Now, Port Harcourt was working, Warri was working, and then from nowhere, instruction came from Abuja that they should shut those refineries down, that they want to carry out a turnaround maintenance. And the workers were like wondering, what's going on? But they shut it down. When you talk about turnaround maintenance, you are not turning around everything. If it is the pumping unit or the distillation unit that you want to maintain, you maintain that. But the impression be given as if we are reconstructing these refineries all over. And that was why Dangote challenged them by asking the question, where is the $4 billion that you have spent so far in your turnaround maintenance? He was asking those in the regulatory agency to tell Nigerians where that $4 billion went into. Dangote is not a man who just open his mouth and be talking without facts. I believe that he has the fact. When he accused them that some of them have a blending plant somewhere in the world, Dangote is not somebody who talks just carelessly. Are you getting my point? I have said, these refineries, please.
Okay. Now, before we get to the part of the blending plant, which for now doesn't concern us, let's now talk to ourselves. We as a people, I think that is what the Constitution calls us. The Constitution calls us. We, the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. How can we get our representatives, be it those in the House of Rep, be it those in the Senate, to act and get back, even if they can't get back the monies that have been spent, and hold somebody responsible for this amount of monies that have been put into these refineries?
Like I mentioned earlier, that the Joint Committee of the National Assembly is already doing an investigative probe.
Before we get to National Assembly, can we as a people just call our reps one by one?
No, I'm trying to lay a background before I can answer your question specifically. The point here is that since we are operating under a constitution, the National Assembly has the representation of a Nigerian. So if I answer your question directly, the point here is that this issue is of national interest. Therefore, citizens can call a call to action, placing a demand on their various representatives that this issue is of national interest, is of concern to them, and that they want to see the end point of this issue in terms of how much has been spent on the turnaround maintenance. Why have we not gotten value for money in terms of some of those promises? Maybe if we get those kinds of pressure from citizens, and which you alluded to earlier, what I call citizen diplomacy, where citizens are able to put their government to account in terms of accountability, transparency, and put a call to action of what they want their representative to pursue as an agenda in the National Assembly. Maybe that will help us to find some deep answers to those questions that are begging for answers.
Okay, thank you very much. But still hold that thought. I'm coming back to you. Engineer Daffy, I hope you're still there. Now, we are going back to Dangote Refinery. Now, we have no Dangote Refinery, whether it's 45% complete or not, just like SOUQ Ahmed said, that is his claim. We have not investigated that. Whether they are producing substandard product, that is also his claim. Whether they want monopoly, that is also his claim. That was one fourth thing. But now, before I get there, there are some other modular refineries that are up. We also know BUA is also building a refinery. We know the Niger Delta University, they have a modular refinery. Now, for all these other refineries that are coming up, be it small, be it big, do you see them facing this same challenge?
My brother, you see, in my master's project, I intentionally took up the issue of marginal feed because my intention was to squeeze some of these oil feeds from the multinationals and give them to Nigerians so that we can demonstrate beyond that if we are protesting against environmental pollution or lack of care for our host communities, that we Nigerians will be able to show that these things are doable, not just that we are being unreasonable. But I can tell you, see all these licenses they give to these people, honestly, they need to be probed. What is the intention? Most of them just collect these licenses, they allocate oil wells to them, and then off they go without metering. They pump this crude oil, and these are part of the same crude oil they sell out. Show me one of those refineries that have been producing and who they have been supplying those their diesel or petrol to. Show me all this one you listed. We must guess. We were joking with it, with the survival of this country. The petroleum sector is not a sector that you just open to just anybody. We have so bastardized it under the cover of local content, what? And all manner of shenanigans, unpatriotic acts going on. Hello. I worked in this sector. I wasn't just an employee of an IOC sitting in the office. I worked directly in the production department, onshore, offshore, and what you call the shallow waters. I know it inside out. I know what has been going on. You see all these licenses, marginal feed, local refinery, fake. Some use it to collect dollars. Listen to me.
I'm trying to listen to you, but let's also put this caveat out that this is not our stand, though. But we are taking this from our guest, who happens to be someone that has worked in that particular place and an expert. So he's giving us his take on this. You can go ahead, sir.
I am Comrade Engineer Igbini Odafi Emmanuel. I work for Total Energies E&P Nigeria Limited. I'm not a baby. I am too patriotic. I've told you how I lost my job. If I was still in that system, I probably would have been deputy MD of that company. How many of my colleagues do you think will come and talk to you like this? I'm giving you a privilege and you take it.
Now, let's have your take on this. Let me tell you one other thing. If you happen to be, let me say, in government, because we want to believe that the highest places of authority where issues can be resolved is in government. If you happen to be in government today, what changes will you start making?
First of all, I have asked the president, who is the Minister of Petroleum Resources, use the opposition, get an executive bill to the National Assembly without delay for that PIA to be what? Repealed. It is a disaster for this country. When they were jumping up and down, with due respect to them, I said this is wrong because I know the intrigues involved. Look, the creation of NUPROC under that act, this NNDPA, and the so-called NNPCL. Oh my God. That document or that act need to be repealed, and NNPCL should be returned back to what it used to be, NNPC, not this limited that has been given to few persons to run as they like. Are you getting me? Now, in that NUPROC, you have a board. Board of what? Board to do what? In this same NNDPROA, you also have a board where you appoint people. Listen to me. We don't know what God has given to us concerning the petroleum sector. Are you getting my point? It is not something we should toy with. And I so much appreciate my brother there, where he said, this is the time for a call for what? Action. Nigerians who are unhappy, rather than storming the street as they are planning, storm the National Assembly. Get members of your constituency, get them to say, ask the right question. I, Comrade Igbini, I am very, very ready to provide the answers. Are you getting my point?
Yes,
so you said the allegation about NNDPRO concerning substandard. No,
one more
let
question
me
before
also
we let you
correct
go.
one thing.
Now we are
you
looking at an industry where, if we follow history and what we've seen, a lot of the crude, we've done a whole lot of crude swap, sold in future tense, if I will use that. Now, we still have oil blocks, some being explored, some not being explored. Now, let me say, ask you, if you happen to be in government and in a position of authority, how will you balance we paying the money past leaders or present have spent on oil that has not even been explored and being able to explore for local use? What will you do?
companies or government or whoever they enter this kind of deal with on our behalf, invite them. I would tell you that a lot will be exposed. They tell us that they use our crude oil to obtain loan. Who? How? Who? How? They should bring those people forward and let's question them. These things are just things they arrange. Remember during the COVID-19, what did they tell us? Oh, we are even producing and nobody to buy. They were looking for people to dash our crude oil to. Let them show us those ships, those millions of barrels of crude oil during those periods of COVID. Who they dash those crude oil to? We want to know them. We want to know them. Let me tell you, they keep talking about crude oil theft. It is not what you hear. There are scientific way of stealing crude oil by the companies, not only piping straight into unauthorized vessels. Technically, if you're looking like this, you will not understand. We can manipulate the PS&W. We can also manipulate the meters. We can bypass the meters. You heard recently that the TPR, now NEPROC, telling Nigerians that federal government had decided to take that responsibility. What an insult. What an insult. Every test separator or production separator comes incorporated with what we call metering device. There's a meter. So where is the TPR or NEPRC coming with their own meter now? There are too many. Look, President Tinubu, I beg you, on my knees. Your Renew Hope agenda will not work. It is not focusing on CBN reforms or economy. It is where the main thing is the petroleum sector. I voted for you, I campaigned for you. I'm not a member of APC, but I saw the patriotic courage you displayed in Lagos as the leader of Lagos State. And that was why I said, come and rescue this country. Forget about economy, forget about CBN. Find that courage in the petroleum sector. And the time is now. God has exposed them. God has exposed them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Emmanuel Igbini-Edafe. It's been good having you on SOUQ Pulse for the first time, and you honored us irrespective of the short notice. Thank you very much, sir.
It's all about the country. Remember, you have a constitutional duty under Section 24 of the Nigerian Constitution to contribute to the progress, peace, and advancement of Nigeria. So that is what I'm doing. Call me anytime. I am going to carry out my constitutional duty for this beloved country, the best you can find anywhere in this world. Now here we do, no jackpotting to anywhere.
We are grateful. Mr. Sam, now let me pose the same question to you. If you happen to be in government and you can advise, be it the heads of government or be it directly to the president, what will you tell him to sort out this issue between the Dangote and what is happening with our refineries?
I think for me, the core is a regulatory framework that work in the interest of citizens. Once citizens cannot get value for money, then leadership become questionable. So in the same regard, therefore, is that the leadership should be more accountable, should be more transparent, and it should be citizen-focused, so that the commonwealth of the citizen is used for the common good and the public good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. It's been a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse.
With pleasure, always.
Thank you. Now, to every one of us, there is one single thing I will be taking home. From Engineer Dafe, he said we should all get active, every one of us, looking at the National Assembly. And from our erudite scholar, he said the same thing, citizenship diplomacy. Now it's our responsibility. Pick up your phone. If your House of Rep, your senator lives close to you, walk to him, call him, and tell him that this is something we want a solution for. And that was why we sent them there. They should be up and doing. They are the hope we have right now. Hitting the streets is slower. Getting them to do that is faster. So let's all stand on our feet. Let's pick up our phones. Let's walk to their places. Let's tell them to do the right thing. This country belongs to all of us, not NNPC. Thank you very much for being part of SOUQ Pulse. We'll do this again tomorrow. Remember, be your brother's keeper. And the last line, never keep quiet. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Have yourself a beautiful evening.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The death of Onyeka Onwenu touched many Nigerians across the country and beyond, mainly due to her multifaceted status, which facilitated her easy identification with people across diverse interests. While many people remember her as a music artist, some recollect that she was a renowned broadcaster. Yet, some others knew her as a journalist of high repute. In truth, Onyeka Onwenu was more than these identities. She was a singer, songwriter, broadcaster, entertainer, culture ambassador, politician, rights activist, artist, and social influencer. Her influence on generations of artists and fans was immeasurable. She was a trailblazer, a mentor, and a role model. In today's news talk, I shall be celebrating the life of a woman, the elegant stallion, Onyeka Onwenu, who had contributed to the development of music, the arts, and entertainment generally in Africa. I am Bayo Olaoye. The legacy of Onyeka Onwenu will continue to inspire and shape the music world for years to come. She was one of Africa's brightest global stars, a shining star, a true legend, and a shaper of Nigeria's cultural identity. 40 years ago, Onyeka Onwenu launched herself into national consciousness with the documentary Nigeria, A Squandering of Riches. That documentary brought her more popularity, evoking enthusiasms from Nigerians who were tired of the looting of the Commonwealth by politicians. Onyeka Onwenu graduated from Wellesley College in Massachusetts in the United States of America with degrees in international relations and communications. She also had a master's degree in media studies from the New School of Social Research in New York. Before getting into music, Onyeka Onwenu worked as a journalist with the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, where she was known for her investigative reporting, particularly on social topics. While at the NTA, she authored the globally famous BBC NTA documentary on corruption, Nigeria, A Squandering of Riches, in 1984. Her multifaceted career spanned over 4 decades, during which she demonstrated remarkable flexibility. She has been in the forefront of the struggle for a just, rewarding, and enriching copyright system and stood firmly on her principles. Her music was a testament to her innovative spirit and her ability to bring people together through her music. Onyeka Onwenu's success in music and pop culture paved the way for her entry into Nollywood when Nollywood exploded in the 1990s. Her iconic nickname, Elegant Stallion, was born out of entertainment journalism and became a brand she proudly identified with until her death. Reputed for her unique combination of traditional African music and contemporary pop, Onyeka Onwenu's music blended genres such as highlife, reggae, and pop, often addressing social and political issues. Some of her most popular songs include One Love, Iyogogo, and Ekwe, all classics in the Nigerian music scene. Her love for ballads and songs about women's rights was a soothing balm during Nigeria's rocky 1980s and 1990s. Her hit song, You and I, was repurposed for the 1999 movie Conspiracy, which she also starred in, and is widely regarded as one of the most iconic soundtrack of Nollywood. In 1989, she recorded the popular duet Choices, which centers on consent on birth control with Juju Maestro King Sunny Ade. In My Father's Daughter, her 2021 memoir, Onyeka Onwenu revealed that after the release of Afrobeat icon and legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti was released from one of his numerous detentions, he asked her to marry him, a request she emphatically turned down, although with good humor. She told him that she was a jealous lover and would not be able to cope as an appendage of his harem. Before switching to become a gospel singer in the 1990s, the late music maverick released 4 albums and was awarded national honor by Nigeria in 2003 and 2011. This include member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria (MFR) and accolades and collected various music awards ceremonies. As an actress, she won the Africa Movie Academy Award for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for her performance in the movie Widow's Court in 2006. She was nominated that same year for Best Actress in the leading role in the movie Rising Moon. The late British-Nigerian filmmaker B.E. Bandele cast her in the 2013 film Half a Yellow Sun. 5 years later, she also starred in Genevieve Nnaji's Lionheart, Nigeria's first Netflix original, alongside Nkem Owo, her co-star in Conspiracy. As a politician, Onyeka Onwenu contested twice for the council chairman of our local government, the Ato local government area of Imo State, under the platform of the People's Democratic Party, and lost on both attempts, but was appointed chairperson of the Imo State Council for Arts and Culture by Governor Ikedi Hakim. On September 16, 2013, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan appointed her as the Executive Director, Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Women Development in Abuja. It is a measure of her huge place in our hearts that in spite of the upheaval in American politics, the ongoing wars in Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan, and the late bad governance protest, her said passing dominated the headlines and animated the social media space. Onyeka Onwenu gave robust effect and energy to Igbo culture. She rendered some of her immemorable songs in the Igbo language. She epitomized the energetic resilience for which the Igbos are known for. She was an industrious daughter of an industrious people, and we will miss her after knowing her for over 40 years. Good night, elegant stallion, and thousands of angels will sing thee to thy rest. I am Bayo Olaoye. If Africans are not seeing the benefits in Western liberal democracy, what do they want? What kind of democratic system do Africans want? The problem, according to political scientists, is not the system but the practitioners, and the solution does not lie in twisting to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a docile citizenry awaiting a benevolent dictator or an accidental messiah. Ironically, Nigeria has embraced Western economic prescriptions. We align ourselves, our economies, religion, medicine, sports, entertainment, and other values, institutions, and products after the West, but disagree with its democracy. And what exactly are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, recommending for African economies that are unfavorable? What is detrimental in someone telling you to reduce your budget deficit? They are simply telling you to minimize your debts. Is anything wrong in redirecting subsidies from politically popular areas like petrol and pilgrimages to highly economic returns like agriculture and education? When they say that you should devalue your currency, they are only telling you to patronize inefficient state-owned enterprises. Is it not a way of raising needed capital, reducing cost and bureaucracy of governance for increased profitability? Moreover, you cannot blame the doctor or anti-malarias if you don't have the discipline to take the drugs as prescribed. Diet appropriately or clean up the mosquito-infested environment that caused the disease in the first place. Like the human body, the economics are complex, so that medicine that is not good for the heart may be injurious to the kidney. So while trying to lower inflation with higher interest rates, we should be careful not to discourage investments. So if Africans are not seeing any benefits in Western liberal democracy, the problem is not the system but the practitioners. And the solution does not lie in tweaking it to indulge our undisciplined elites or shift grounds to accommodate a melancholic citizenry awaiting a benefactor or accidental messiah. First, we should perish the idea that democracy is Western. It is not. It is universal. Like formal education cradled in the Middle East, which the Western world is leading today, Western democracy was conceived in ancient Greece, spread into Europe, and now propagated by America. Besides, democracy is both elastic in nature, in that it adjusts to the culture of the people it finds itself. Britain may be parliamentary, America presidential, while France is a combination of both, but there are variants across the globe. However, the fundamentals of free speech, citizen participation, human rights, free and fair elections are not compromised, no matter the geography. And democracy has found a way to adapt itself to the people of Africa. So looking for Afro-democracy or an African democracy is fruitless and time-wasting. The problem we have in Africa is the discipline to abide by the constitution we wrote by ourselves and for ourselves. Even if we call democracy Western and choose to reject it, what alternatives are we proposing? Are we as well looking for alternatives to going cap in hand, asking for aids from Western donors or vaccines from them? And it is not only their democracy and economic realities we are trying to reinvent. Besides, democracy remains an experiment whose success depends on inputting the right parameters. Also, it is an abstract concept that even the most democratic of nations still aspire to attain. Unfortunately, the likes of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda are poor examples of what an African democracy should be. What is significant about Paul Kagame is the uniqueness of his political party, the Rwanda Patriotic Front, and the Rwanda electorate. How can a country that still bleeds from the infamous Tutsi-Hutu animosity that led to an unforgettable genocide consistently give its votes to someone who divides without asking for balance of power? An election which barred key opposition parties from participating for flimsy reasons of not gathering enough signatures is not democratic. And this is where Africa keeps missing it. Democracy is not about wanting young people willing to protest to listen to the president. It is about the president listening to the people. Democracy is the role of the people, not leadership. Constantly tweaking how we vote or changing who we vote for. Rwanda may be doing so well economically relative to sub-Saharan countries. That is the only tip of the spear. Firstly, that is an exception, and no one builds a doctrine out of exceptions. What we don't see in Rwanda is that it is indebted to the tune of 76% of its GDP. So like its continental peers, she's at the mercy of the Western world, whose liberal democracy they are frowning at. Rwanda sports washes by hosting American basketball matches for Africa and volunteers to accommodate illegal migrants ejected from the United Kingdom. President Kagame has learnt this act to turn away the eyes of media from all the human rights abuses in Rwanda. The past 24 years, Rwandans have known no other president than Paul Kagame. He had been the de facto leader since 1994, when he served as vice president and minister of defense before kicking out President Pastor Bizimungu. Authoritarian rule will continue for another 5 years after winning another landslide election victory recently. Under Kagame, landlocked Rwanda has been experiencing guided political stability, economic growth, and declining poverty levels, the supposed dividends of democracy that is lacking in many African countries. There have been calls for different quarters in Africa to craft an indigenous democracy that suits its peculiarities. This is wrong and misleading. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has also called Africa's adoption of Western liberal democracy a mistake, and so canvassed for a democratic model that encompasses the African culture and tradition. What does this mean? I disagree with this notion. I beg to disagree, sir. It is not workable. We must consciously continue to protect and nurture our democracy in spite of ups and downs in the process. I am Bayo Olaoye.